We are here live at St. John Fisher. Today is the start of Bills training camp. The players reported yesterday. Practice begins later this morning, just after 10 o'clock. The Bills making some roster moves yesterday ahead of training camp, including placing some players on injured lists. Tight end Dawson Knox placed on the non-football injury list. They placed offensive tackle Spencer Brown and center Cedric Van Pran Granger, both on the physically unable to perform list. Bills release punter Jake Camarda. So there's only one punter remaining on the roster right now. That is Brad Robbins. Made some other minor moves around the roster. They also activated defensive end Landon Jackson from the PUP list as well. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. The Bills introducing red helmets yesterday that will be worn once at the end of this season, the final game in the regular season at Highmark Stadium, Week 18. The Bills will be wearing red. They also are going to be wearing the Standing Buffalo throwbacks twice this year, including the Monday night game early in the season against Atlanta. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, good morning. Welcome to St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe bringing you all the news from Bills training camp, and we're live on the feed. You can watch us on YouTube. You can see that we are indeed at camp.
Yes, we are.
We have more on our table than we ever have before. Not metaphorically, but actually more things on our table.
This table is loaded.
Yeah, now that we are here at training camp. So,
I could not eat breakfast on this table right now.
No, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to spill anything. So, yeah, we're up and running. We're at St. John Fisher. Early reports after mocking Joe for being the guy that always forgets to wear a quarter zip because it's cold here. He has a quarter zip, and I don't. And it's a little chilly. But the heat index for this week, we're looking at 103, I saw in Rochester.
Yeah.
So
I won't need much of this
right.
This week, I don't believe.
Right. So we're here and excited about it. I mean, we drove in today. This morning,
chill. It's a football chill in the air.
It is. It feels like football. The flags above Growney Stadium not moving.
No.
A calm day. Let me tell you, it's a good day to hit a golf ball off a tee at about this time of day. Just you know, it's Rochester.
Do you think we could get away with if we showed up like, an extra 20 minutes early? Just we got a 100-yard turf field here that they don't really use during training camp. Just to hit some 56 wedges.
I feel like
get warmed up.
The Fisher football team might get upset if we did that. They do.
What would it do to the turf? What would it do to the turf? I'm not going to take divots in the turf, are we? Or do you think it would do it?
I don't know. Would the black things fly up, the tiny little beads?
Yeah,
but
they got 1,000 of those.
Anyway.
Millions.
Watch us on YouTube. Like, subscribe, see us. Sal joins us at 7, scheduled to talk with Mike Catalana here in Rochester in the 8 o'clock hour. Sean McDermott opens training camp with his live press conference at 9:15. We'll carry that today. And here we go. We're off and running from St. John Fisher with the start of a football season that, it's Super Bowl or bust. And, what's different from yesterday? Yesterday, players reported Josh Allen walks in carrying Settlers of Catan.
Someone tweeted that at us, and I thought they had photoshopped it.
Me too.
We had talked about it on the air yesterday.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
But one thing that is different, already the Hard Knocks era begins. Josh put together that awesome open and us talking about Hard Knocks. One thing we did not include in that conversation was when we're holding our clipboards and writing what we think, it'll be in slow-mo. There's a lot of slow-mo in Hard Knocks. But more importantly, when you get here, you will see signs from NFL films.
Yeah.
And I want to just read you one here because I don't know if everyone's prepared to do this. You're giving up your NIL rights to the Chicago Bears, among others. There's an NFL film sign that reads, "A film or videotape is presently being shot in this location. In being present at this location, each person in attendance irrevocably consents to being filmed or videotaped and releases NFL films, the Chicago Bears, all producers and users of such film or videotape, blah, 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 blah." The Bears. So, just letting you know.
Yeah.
The Bears have your rights.
The Bears.
Your NIL rights or whatever, maybe just your image.
It's very strange.
It is a little bit. But
we'll be seeing cameramen all over. I think it'll look I think it'll be noticeable.
Oh, for sure.
It'll definitely be noticeable.
Don't you anticipate seeing one of those camera riggings where the person's wearing it because they're walking and it's the steady camera?
That keeps it level.
I don't know.
That keeps it level.
I'm not up on the latest camera technology, but that's
boom mics. We're gonna get someone walking around with the big stick mic.
Boom mics, yeah.
Yeah.
Boom mics. That sounds like a term.
Could they install Skycam here?
Yes, drones. There's got to be drones. What's better than a drone shot of the football practice and all that?
Yep.
So anyway, here we go. 803-0550 is our phone number. We can, of course, take your phone calls and chat about what we expect. We did get some news yesterday. The punting competition, it's over. All right? There you go.
The punting competition
was
very short-lived.
Yes, Jake Camarda gone, and it looks like Brad Robbins is going to get the punting job unless something changes. Dawson Knox on the non-football injury list. Would anticipate we get perhaps some explanation on what that means today. What that means for him in terms of any sort of timeline, if there's going to be some time missed. But maybe an update on that. The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, hey, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once you get the first snap of running back work, and then all right, that's immediately put to bed. Unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're not even going to be full pads, right?
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a designation of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking team reps. If he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. He's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, they're a little bit of a workaround.
Right. Because he really isn't doing anything. It really is a holdout if he were to do that. It just comes down to whether he thinks at this point that that's going to get him a contract between now and the start of the year if he already hasn't had one. And maybe that it would be dependent on how much conversation there has been between the two sides. Jordan Poyer and the Bills a couple of years ago, that was a conversation. Drew Rosenhaus was here, right, at St. John Fisher a couple of years ago when he was looking for a new contract, and that never resulted in a holdout or a hold-in or anything of the sort. Cook, like, if they're talking at all and he thinks, they do want me back, we just can't agree on the money, then to me, your hold-in doesn't make any sense. The only reason you would even want to hold in is if you can't get the team to the table at all.
Right.
They don't even want to talk about it. That's Terry McLaurin right now. Terry McLaurin in Washington, like, he's holding out in part because he can't get them on the phone. It's been like weeks since they've been able to have contract talks. And that to me is very different than, well, I guess we don't know. Like, have the Bills talked in a month about contract with Cook? Maybe they have, maybe they haven't.
Right. In some cases, Trey Hendrickson kind of aired out the laundry and said the Bengals made 2 contract offers, and in neither of them was there guaranteed money past year 1. So that's the kind of thing where a holdout, like, you're not even being serious here. You might show up to camp in good faith thinking, hey, we're getting closer and closer. And that's the part of the Cook conversation we don't know. It's kind of thing where you would say history would tell you the Bills don't pay running backs, at least Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott. They did with LaShawn McCoy, but that is a somewhat different scenario. They're trying to, I think, get a guy to come here and build the culture and show that they're going to be a real organization. Like, at that time, the Bills are in a much different spot than they are now. It feels like now they can feel a little bit of license to be a little more shrewd.
Yeah.
I don't know that they'd never pay a running back. That's the part about this. I don't want to necessarily jump to that conclusion. Would they pay Cook $11 million a year? It's very possible they would. Maybe they could be convinced to if he has another great season. Maybe they would do that now. Mm-hmm. It's not like they don't re-sign their own. Look up and down the roster. They love extending their own guys, and it's even players in positions that maybe – Dawson Knox got a big contract. He didn't even have to wait too long for that. That just kind of happened. Said he'd like to be back. He's back. Mm-hmm. Cook is a little more like Gabe Davis, and that might be because of the player. That might be because of the position. You kind of just don't know. So it's worth monitoring, and the kind of season he has will, of course, affect this. They might think about the compensatory pick formula if he leaves. I know Bills fans are already thinking about that. A couple of weeks ago when I asked the question, what's the best-case scenario for Cook between now and the end of the regular season? And the number of people that said to me, have a great year so we can get that comp pick when he signs somewhere else. Like, they're already ready to do that.
Well, it's kind of the equivalent of this is a big difference between football and hockey, right? Like, you can get what you could get something for losing him. You're not losing him for nothing while also capitalizing on hopefully a great season, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not – if anyone's thinking about trading Cook right now, like, you don't even really have to do that because what are you going to get? You're going to get a draft pick? And what is it going to be, a round or two higher than what you would get at the end of the season anyway if he goes and signs somewhere after a big year?
And that's just not where you are as a franchise. You're in win-now mode. You might say if a player leaves and comp picks, that's for the offseason. This is a team that comes in as the favorite to get the 1 seed, favored in every single game as of today.
Yeah.
Like this operation, of course, is going to be about winning. It's going to be all hands on deck to winning. And that's one thing I am interested to see their messaging right here. Minicamp is minicamp. When you get to training camp, Josh Allen's here. Everybody's here. They're working every day. They're talking every day. We're going to hear from the quarterback. We're going to hear from the important players on this team, the coordinators. And one big thing for me is what's their message? We had earlier in the week, I think it was earlier in the week on Monday, that David Montgomery in Detroit said, we're tired of getting close. And that's a message from Detroit. Like, all right, 1 seed last year, NFC Championship game the year before. We're tired of being close. We want to win the thing.
Yeah.
That's a franchise that's kind of gone through a very similar reinvention to the Bills, where they go from this team that never wins anything to a team that feels like they're knocking on the door and they should win a Super Bowl. And they've gone through some turnover, lost an offensive coordinator, but they're tired of being close. All right, they want to get over the line. We know the Bills, of course, want to do that. The question is, what kind of expectation do they embrace with that? Last year, they got a little bit of a break from that. Last year was, nobody believes in us. chip on shoulder, too many changes, and they obviously responded to that well and had a great season. This year, I mean, you're coming off the AFC Championship game. Mm-hmm. Anything short of that, and we're kind of running around the same hamster wheel asking, why did it go backwards? Like, that was one of the things that Stephon Diggs said, of course, before the breakup was, why did we go backwards? He wanted to know, why are we not going in the right direction? We went from the AFC Championship game to divisional round loss, and that's the wrong way to go. Mm-hmm. So I know it's not linear always, but, man, what they're trying to find is 4 more points against the Chiefs or give up 4 fewer points against the Chiefs. I'm going to come back the entire season to 4 points. Yeah. I got to find a way to be 4 points better on one side of the ball when they get to the final game of the season.
Yep. And really, I think their offseason said that they think that the defense is going to be the 4 points better, right? That's their offense. They kind of even talk this way. I wonder if they would say this, that they would take, what did they score, 28?
They scored 29.
29?
Which is below their average.
Yeah, it's true. Right. It's below that 30 points.
It's a high bar.
I think they would take that. I think they would. Their offseason actions said that they would more. They're more inclined to believe that that 4 point difference that they're going to make up is going to be on the defensive side of the football. Mm-hmm. That Kansas City, who has averaged 24 points against other opponents in the playoffs and 34 against the Bills in the playoffs, that it's not going to be 34. That it's going to be, we'll keep them to 28 or fewer because other teams are doing that, and now we've got more defensive pieces to be able to do that. I would think that would be what they would say because that's what their offseason was. I mean, Josh Palmer, they needed a couple of things this offseason. They needed, on offense, a guy who beats man coverage, and they added Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore. Okay, check that box. And then everything else was on defense. Pass rush, cornerback, depth on the defensive line if you want, interior. Yep. All of that came from the defensive side of the football. So I think that's their plan. Their plan is they're not going to let the Kansas City Chiefs do more against them than every other team is able to do against them in the postseason.
803-0550 to give us a call, 1-888-550-2550. Of course, you can join us. We're streaming on YouTube. You can see our location. The chat is big, wanting to know about our location. Joe and I are seated 2 feet apart at the same table.
Yes.
And we're in this pavilion that is between Growney Stadium, which is the turf field, and the grass stadium's behind us. Yeah. So the players will walk out, as you see behind Joe, through this tunnel into the grass field stadium. Behind me, you might see media members walking in. It's not quite the Today Show, but if you did bring a sign, you might get on our feed. Who knows? But we'll have guests for you. We're going to have Sal coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We've got enough cameras, we think, to kind of spin that around and have the full coverage from training camp. I'm sorry we don't have a beautiful veranda overlooking the field.
Yeah.
Even if we did, I feel like that wouldn't work because you're not exactly supposed to broadcast practice.
We'd be in the sun then also.
That's true.
Which right now might be okay. But in 3 hours, it's probably not going to be ideal.
It's going to be hot this week. And
if you're coming out.
McDermott moving these practices to the mornings, one of the reasons they did that was to beat the heat. Some teams like to practice. Some coaches like to really push their players, although that feels like it's a bygone era. This is professional sports. You're not trying to necessarily punish players. 2-a-days are a thing of the past. So much has changed since, in the 90s and the 2000s of the death of Corey Stringer, of course, made all of that really relevant, and teams are up on that. With the heat index, later today and tomorrow, if this team was practicing at 3 p.m. tomorrow, they would cancel practice, I think. I don't think they would play with a heat index of, 100 degrees, which is what it's expected to be. So you can give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us as we get ready for training camp. And all that comes with it. It's exciting. It's fun to be here. It's good to be here.
There's the E.J. Manuel hospitality tent over there.
That hospitality tent.
That's not it?
Did it not used to be? You know what? We'll have to ask Joe B about that. Joe Biscaglia, the famous hospitality tent tweet. At least I remember it as Joe was the one that tweeted it.
Okay.
I feel like that tent used to be on the turf field because when EJ's here,
Yeah.
they're on the turf field. I was going back in time to try and figure out how many training camps I've covered here.
We think it's more than 20?
I think I've crested 20. Yeah.
Okay.
Mike Catalana here in Rochester, who joins us today, we'll talk. How many is it for him? I don't want to make fun of him. It's like 50. He's been here for a lot of them. I mean, as long as they've been here at Fisher, Mike's been here. So he's always he's like the godfather of camp to me. Well, I always want to start off with Mike talking to him as they get out here to St. John Fisher. I think I'm at 20.
I mean, at some point you go far enough back and it's before St. John Fisher.
Right, and I never covered
Fredonia.
I never covered one of those camps. I'm always here at Fisher. Every time I look at this field, this turf field, I'm thinking about watching coaches work on the footwork. I'm thinking about Nathaniel Hackett coaching EJ up a little bit, and I went for the deepest pull of all when the Bills had a Browns joint practice, and the Browns had a tight end named Chad Mustard. Okay. That's where I'm living right now, Joe. As I checked when Chad Mustard was on the Browns, and that was 2002 to 2004. So I've been covering training camps since at least then. When did Willis get drafted? Because I asked Paul Hamilton to do the Willis McGahee touchdown tracker. That's going way.
He's drafted in 03, but he's hurt, right? So
he's hurt.
Camp of 04, maybe,
yeah.
Which is the same. That's the same camp, though. I think that Lossman breaks his leg.
Ooh, is that right?
Wouldn't that be the same camp?
That can't be. McGahee's drafted before Lossman.
Right, but remember, there's a year.
There's a year
of him not playing.
That's right. I mean, Lossman and Evans are the same draft class. Anyway,
yeah,
it all blends together.
McGahee is drafted by the Bills in 03, but he plays for the first time in 04. So 04,
okay.
I think that lines up. I think it'd be the same training camp.
04.
McGahee's first camp and then Lossman's first camp.
That doesn't mean I don't go back before Chad Mustard. It's a very specific thing because I'd have been doing the show with Brad at the time, and we made 1,000 mustard-based jokes.
I don't think I have.
That's all,
maybe this mustard.
The true pro stuff.
I don't think I have a memory of training camp before Lossman, Troy Vincent.
Yeah.
Like what is memorable about the early 2000s or the late 90s? Or I'm sure people have lots of stories about the Kelly training camps, but I don't have anything. My first training camp memory is Lossman breaks his leg.
What a time to be alive. Mm-hmm. Lossman breaks his leg in training camp, scrambling. As a veteran hits him, he breaks his leg.
And then everyone was arguing about whether
it was intentional or not, or whether it was sending a message.
Yeah.
And then
sending a message.
When he's ready to come back, his first ever action is in New England. Okay. Mop-up duty in New England to be intercepted by Tully Bantakane. Is that all the same year? I don't know. Whatever.
Tully Bantakane and Chad Mustard. What a first segment.
We're doing it. We're doing it. Why not?
These aren't even Bills training camp guys.
No.
These are other teams.
Remember some guys.
Yeah.
We should do that today. Remember some guys.
Yep. The training camp heroes of all time.
Yep. Hey, we've got two.
We'll get one. I'm sure we'll get a couple this year.
That's right. That's right.
Last year, Joe Andreessen actually made the team.
He did.
Although, was he less of a training camp hero, more of a preseason hero?
Yeah,
I'm sure he had a good camp last year, but it was the preseason.
It was the Pittsburgh game, right? He shows up in the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy can play.
Yes.
And sure enough, he makes the roster.
Yep.
We'll get a break in. 803-0550. What do you want us to look for? What are you going to be looking for if you are coming out here? You come out to training camp, and if you just want to remember some guys, it's really the start of football season. The off season is over. Welcome to the preseason. This is football season. Coverage of training camp from St. John Fisher is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Your phone calls, Sal at 7, coverage of camp throughout, guests along the way. We'll keep you informed here and around the league as we need to. It's Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, hey, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once you get the first snap of running back work, and then, all right,
sure.
that's immediately put to bed. Unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're
right?
not even going to be full pads, right? There'd be a designation
anyway.
of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. He's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still, I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, right, they're a little bit of a workaround.
First day of training camp for the Buffalo Bills today, on the field at least. They reported yesterday. A couple of injury notes and some movement around the roster. Dawson Knox was placed on the non-football injury list. They also placed offensive tackle Spencer Brown, and center Cedric Van Granger on the physically unable to perform list. They activated Landon Jackson off the PUP list as training camp gets rolling today. James Cook expected to be in attendance. That was reported yesterday by Tom Pelissero that James Cook will be here at camp, which is also what he said at minicamp. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Bills uniform news yesterday, a red helmet officially introduced to be worn with the blue home uniforms in the Week 18 matchup against the Jets late this season. That will be the final regular season game at Highmark Stadium. The Bills will also be wearing throwback uniforms with the standing Buffalo helmet twice this season, including the Monday night game against Atlanta. Atlanta will be wearing black jerseys with red helmets in that game on Monday Night Football. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much, and we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
That's the Commanders GM. As holdouts around the league continue, some high-profile ones, which they don't happen as often, I feel, as they used to.
No.
But
it's weird, actually. We have a couple this year.
Yeah, McLaurin and Trey Hendrickson. I have not heard the latest on where Trey Hendrickson is driving or what city he's passing through.
Was he on his way somewhere else when he was in Jacksonville?
Right, great question. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe live from Buffalo Bills training camp here at St. John Fisher. And coverage of camp brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. We got red helmets yesterday. We got news on the Bills. Red helmets in the final game of the season against the Jets. I appreciated anybody that's a real true complainer / hater, but in a funny way. I did think it was funny to see people saying, oh no, Josh will only get one snap in that helmet because they'll play the Jets in Week 18 and they'll have the 1 seed locked up. That's a good problem to have, but I think the red helmet does a lot for nostalgia, does a lot for the fans of that era. One thing about the red helmet that I guess I had forgotten, I never really pictured in my head. I was listening when Sal talked to Eric Wood, like, oh, Eric Wood wore the red helmet. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sure.
He did. And the World League uniforms the Bills were wearing in the Bledsoe era, and Marshawn Lynch and Willis McGahee, and so many of these guys wore red helmets. And I feel like the red helmet, how much of the push for the red helmet is a push for the 90s red helmet and not just the helmet itself? Because it definitely coincided with a very forgettable era that we like to remember of Bills football.
Yeah, no, it's the meat of the drought, right? Well, I guess, there's a 7-year period after, a 6-year period after that that's a good chunk too. But they're bad. They're bad a ton when they're wearing that helmet with the Navy uniforms. And remember, that would have been the red helmet with the Navy stripe down the middle. And that helmet yesterday, that if you saw the pictures of Josh wearing it or Deion Dawkins wearing it, and you get that bright royalish blue down the middle, it definitely pops more. It does feel different whether it's on the 90s guys or whether it's on the drought guys. Like, it's definitely the nostalgia. The Bills actually, in their video that they put out to, like, pump up or introduce the helmet, it's all 90s. It's Bruce. It's Cornelius Bennett in that video. It's Kelly. They do, like, a very quick, like, photo collage really quick at the end that they fly through. And if you watch that, I do think right at the end, one of the pictures is Fred Jackson wearing the red helmet in the World League uniforms, the Navy drought uniforms, but that's like a millisecond of a 30-second video that showed an image of anything in that drought era. Like it's the 90s helmet.
Yeah.
More than it is, the red helmet just in general. It's the helmet they wore in their best era of football before Josh Allen got here. And they're wearing it with the current home uniforms,
which I think looks really good.
You do have I will admit, like it for me bothers me a little bit. You gotta care a lot about that kind of stuff, right? Like
I do.
You gotta know the difference in the striping and the piping of the '90s jersey versus this jersey. I saw a good take from the NFL Fashion Twitter account, which is like I get from that account especially because I'm sure he cares about this kind of stuff. Like I get anybody that would have a complaint about this not being, the exact match of what the Bills wore when Kelly's the quarterback. But what he said is, I actually like this uniform better. I think even though it's a mismatch for like the timeline, this looks better with it. Like this uniform, he like broke down why he thought it was better. And for that, like I understand that. Like this uniform with that helmet, it does look good. If you didn't know that wasn't the 90s uniform, you might have never noticed anything.
It certainly looks close enough, and it's important for it to look like it all fits together, which it does.
Yeah.
I saw Brian Mazurowski tweeting out a picture. The Sabres for a while wore royal blue jerseys and navy blue helmets.
And navy blue pants.
And that was a bit of a problem.
Navy blue pants.
So, yeah, matching well.
That's probably
matters.
Worse.
Probably.
No, that's definitely worse, right?
We also have the Bills wearing their throwback uniforms twice. Once against the Bucs, once against the Falcons. One of those is home, one of those is road. So we got throwbacks. We've got red helmet against the Jets in the finale. And now we continue to just wait for the rivalry series.
Right.
Which will be this. I mean, the rumors about this one are going to go off the charts. I've got a couple different people saying, like, oh, I've heard it's this, I've heard it's that. It's tough to wait on that one, but we ultimately will. We'll wait for it.
And we don't know when it's going to be dropped.
That's right. Sometime before the Dolphins game, I think, which is week 2.
Yeah.
Or week 3. Sorry. The Jets is week 2, the Dolphins week 3.
Right, so it'll be early. I love the uniform matchup they're going to have against Atlanta.
Atlanta's wearing their black uniforms and red helmets.
Yep,
the Bills are wearing
the Dirty Birds.
The white throwbacks.
White throwbacks with the standing buffalo. Like that's my favorite. That's my favorite jersey matchup of the season. Yeah. What are the odds that week 18 game Allen's not going to play in it in the red helmet?
I'd say the odds are high. He'll get a snap to extend his streak, and that's that.
That would imply, though, not just that the division is over, but that the 1 seed is over, right?
Yes.
Because last year,
whether they get it or they don't get it, the odds that the 1 seed goes to the final game of the season. I mean, you have 18 weeks for one team to pull ahead and have a tiebreaker locked up. That's really all that it is.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual to have happen.
I mean, last year it was clinched.
Last year it was clinched.
Kansas City rests their guys. They already had it. The Bills don't play their guys because it's not in play. They hadn't clinched it.
And the NFC went down to the final game of the season in a very odd formula because of the division.
Right.
So it almost...
Right, they played each other one-on-one.
In the last game of the season. The second to last game of the season, of course, is Bills-Eagles. And when the schedule came out and we looked at that, I thought, man, I hope that's an odd spot for it. It's such a potential marquee game.
Yeah.
And we might already be talking about, well, how does this fit into what we're going to talk about in a couple of weeks? Like if the Bills are out of the 1 seed race, they could be locked into a 2 spot or locked into a 1 spot. And so could Philadelphia. So
yeah, that's right.
It's an odd spot for that game, but anyway.
What's more likely though, the fact the Bills will have it wrapped up, or week 18, or that they will be out of play for it? That they would have it wrapped up, right?
I guess so.
Like if they're not playing guys, wouldn't you think it's more they've clinched the 1 seed
and somebody else did,
more than someone else has it clinched and they're too far back?
There's a reason they're the favorite for it. It's because of the division, right? Like the division is and
the schedule,
the division. But mainly the division.
Yeah.
They are the most likely to have their division wrapped up. They're the most likely to, I don't know, their schedule, their opponents. We'll see. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to go that far ahead. We don't know what kind of injury luck or bad luck they'll have. We just want them to get out of training camp healthy.
Yeah.
Today we find out and see if Joey Bosa gets reps, and that's a guy that we expect to be battling injuries. Never mind if, knock on wood, somebody that I won't even mention because I won't speak it into the universe.
Yep.
A couple guys would be really big losses in training camp. Trying to think of the biggest loss the Bills ever had in training camp. Maybe we shouldn't even do that. I don't want to.
I mean,
Reggie Ragland.
Reggie Ragland. He hadn't played a down though.
Right, and he never did.
That's right. He never played for the Bills.
He never did.
They traded him to Kansas City.
Yeah. So
back when Chiefs trades.
Other than that, what's the biggest camp injury? I don't know. There have been some where guys get dinged and miss some time.
Like last year, Curtis Samuel gets hurt, and that kind of affects him the whole year.
Sure,
doesn't it?
We mentioned Lossman, but he was not set to start.
No.
Was he?
No, Bledsoe's still on the team.
Right. Kevin Cobb.
Am I right on that? Bledsoe's still on the team?
Yeah.
Or is that Holcomb?
No, it's Bledsoe for a year, I believe.
Kevin Cobb.
Maybe not.
Kevin Cobb slipping on the mat, right?
Kevin Cobb is a big one.
That's a big one. Yeah, but what about in Poyer, remember, got hurt a couple of years ago, but he only missed – he didn't miss any game action,
right?
Let me
tell you, Poyer –
his elbow.
I remember.
Elbow. He was screaming?
Yes, I remember that because he was clearly in such pain.
Yeah.
And then it turned out to be okay.
Right.
Like whatever happened, it looked horrible.
He played with that. He had a big brace on his elbow that whole season.
Yeah.
So same thing. You could pick up an injury that affects you throughout camp, but thinking of a guy that got hurt and that was a major injury, missed time. Nothing's coming to the top of my mind. I will ask Sal this at 7. I think it's probably a good sign that all the injury news we had yesterday about this guy's going on this list and this guy's going on that list. Joey Bosa's not on a list right now, right?
No.
He's not on the PUP list. He's not on the non-football injury list. He's not on – I don't think he's on anything.
Yeah,
unless I'm wrong about that.
Not as of yesterday. I'm still going to be –
I think that's good news.
On Bosa, I'm going to live here the whole year. 8 sacks is a great year for him, and healthy for the 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs is a great year. I don't know that I should expect him to play all 17. I'm not sure I want him to. I want to go with load management and, this team, the way that they play, can they get up and rest guys and get younger guys in? I mean, it's whatever. People might say we're looking ahead so much, but expectations should be very high. Get out of here healthy. Make sure there's no significant injuries, which you do the best you can, and take your chances. Bosa, I'm eager to see him, see what that turns into. You know what else is going to be interesting is Michael Hoyt. Michael Hoyt's their first move in free agency.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was universally, I like that idea. He's a malleable piece, whatever, within formations defensively, chess piece. And with that, we're going to get a look at him for the next 6 weeks, right? Camp, preseason. We'll hear about it from Sal, what kind of skill set maybe he brings. And out here at training camp, his size and what he does. And then he's got to go away for 6 weeks. So maybe we get a nice teaser of what Hoyt can be, and then we have to say goodbye until week 7. So he's one that's been interesting to me since the moment they signed him. I thought it just immediately stuck out as, all right, that sounds like a good idea. If you're a defensive coordinator that's looking to get more exotic, more aggressive, a guy that can do that kind of stuff, he's not exactly the highest profile guy, but whatever. The scouting report on him seemed to be all right, I like the idea.
There's the clip of him covering DK Metcalf as a slot corner that went viral after the Bills signed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good at everything. Maybe not amazing at any one thing. Does that sound right about Hoyt? But that can still be very useful when the offense doesn't know what his role is on a given play. I mentioned that Metcalf clip. He could line up at slot corner and he's covering the tight end and maybe holding his own, or he's coming off the edge on a blitz. Or on the next play, he's playing defensive tackle because it's 3rd and long, and now he's an interior pass rusher. So it's just that one, though, is just so deflating about him missing 6 games because you don't have any sense of what that will look like until middle of the year. Is there somebody else in the defense they feel like they can use in that role? They've got some big games early. Baltimore right away.
Well, I mean, it's big.
Is big. I mean, talking about the 1 seed and the importance of that, like that Baltimore game is so early, but that's a tiebreaker. That's a tiebreaker against the other team that's favored with you to win the AFC. And it happens right out of the gates, and that's at least it's only one guy you won't have. So hopefully they stay healthy otherwise.
803-0550 to join us. We're also going to debut a segment we might do like maybe every day, Fantasy Find and Fantasy Fade, because
other camps open.
We are in the tracking stats at camp phase.
Yes, we are.
Which receiver led this team in targets on day one of camp? And we'll talk about whether or not we've got a Fantasy Find or a Fantasy Fade. I've got a quick one to run by you tomorrow for next segment. So we'll do that, and it's a nice way to check in around the league. Sal joins us top of the hour. We're live from St. John Fisher. Give us a ring, 803-0550. We can take your calls. If you want to throw something our way, you're more than welcome to join us. If not, hang out, and then we'll keep you covered here from Fisher. First practice on the way today. We've got to start getting our bets in on first bill on the field.
Oh, yeah.
That's always big?
No,
big tradition?
The practice field, not the auxiliary field.
No, practice field. Okay. Who's the first one through the tunnel? Who was it last year?
It was.
Was it a receiver?
It was a depth guy. Was it Shavers?
Has to be.
Might have been Shavers.
It is Tyrell Shavers' season. Let's go.
He does dominate
training camp.
Yep.
He looked good last year. Last year I thought was the year. And
last year he earned first-team reps.
And then he averaged 69 yards per catch. I'm saying, give him a chance. The efficiency's off the charts. His team loves its efficiency. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, hey, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once you get the first snap of running back work, and then, all right, that's immediately put to bed. Unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're not even going to be full pads, right?
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a designation of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. Like, he's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still, I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, they're a little bit of a workaround. We got red helmets yesterday. We got news on the Bills. Red helmets in the final game of the season against the Jets. I appreciated anybody that's a real true complainer / hater, but in a funny way. I did think it was funny to see people saying, oh, no, Josh will only get one snap in that helmet because they'll play the Jets in Week 18 and they'll have the 1 seed locked up. That's a good problem to have, but I think the red helmet does a lot for nostalgia, does a lot for the fans of that era. One thing about the red helmet that I guess I had forgotten, I never really pictured in my head. I was listening when Sal talked to Eric Wood, like, oh, Eric Wood wore the red helmet. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sure.
He did. And the World League uniforms the Bills were wearing in the Bledsoe era, and Marshawn Lynch and Willis McGahee, and so many of these guys wore red helmets. And I feel like the red helmet, how much of the push for the red helmet is a push for the 90s red helmet and not just the helmet itself? Because it definitely coincided with a very forgettable era that we like to remember of Bills football.
Yeah, no, it's the meat of the drought, right? Well, I guess, there's a 7-year period after, a 6-year period after that that's a good chunk too. But they're bad. They're bad a ton when they're wearing that helmet with the Navy uniforms. And remember, that would have been the red helmet with the Navy stripe down the middle. And that helmet yesterday, that if you saw the pictures of Josh wearing it or Deion Dawkins wearing it, and you get that bright royalish blue down the middle, it definitely pops more.
R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. In this moment, I won't talk about how much this song is played at a lot of sporting events.
Yes,
Jeremy
it is.
Joe, good morning. I did watch the final performance. I did not know that he had that one last performance, almost like a tribute with all these bands and saying, Mama, I'm coming home one last time. And that was, watching that was pretty powerful. People in the crowd crying. It's almost like they kind of knew this was all coming. He was very old and slowing down. So a legend of the rock world, metal world. We are live from
bat.
But he ate a bat.
He ate a bat.
Funniest thing.
Can't mention Ozzy Osbourne without mentioning that story.
Funniest thing I saw was a picture of Ozzy Osbourne and Randy Johnson together, and the comment was, I would hate to be a flying creature in that room. That's the best thing I saw.
That's good.
Because Randy Johnson once obliterated a bird, and Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off of a bat. Yeah, all right. There you go. Jeremy and Joe, the Fantasy Find, Fantasy Fade. I was just going to mention, day one of Chiefs camp, I saw two things. One, shocker, Mahomes bomb to Worthy. That was a quack, a little duckish. Whatever. The
Fade Mahomes.
Fade Mahomes, fade Worthy. What I did see was that Rashee Rice led the Chiefs in targets on day one, Joe. So Fantasy Find or Fantasy Fade because of his potential suspension.
That's a find in part because I think that suspension is probably not coming until next year.
I don't know.
Some people seem to believe that, although
they don't usually do it.
It kind of comes out of the blue. Like remember when Vaughn got suspended last year? Like that just kind of happened. Like it wasn't like weeks of preparing for. He's definitely getting suspended.
Yeah. I feel like these suspensions usually come during camp, and if they don't come now, they don't come. Like the league lets these teams here. Let's go ahead and let you plan for that. We'll see.
Well, they like to make sure there's resolution on all the legal stuff first.
Which in the case of Rice has happened.
That has now happened. Yeah. So okay, maybe we'll get there.
Sal Capaccio's taking pictures of us to tweet out. You can join us on our YouTube stream, the WGR 550 channel. We're streaming live from St. John Fisher, of course, on the air. We're on the WGR app. Join us however you want to join us. Happy to have you along. Sal sits down with us to get our first camp conversation in. Sal Capaccio coming up on the other side. Hear from St. John Fisher on WGR. You know what else is going to be interesting is Michael Hoyt. Like, Michael Hoyt's their first move in free agency.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was universally, ooh, I like that idea. He's a malleable piece, whatever, within formations defensively, chess piece. And with that, we're going to get a look at him for the next 6 weeks, right? Camp, preseason. We'll hear about it from Sal, like what kind of skill set maybe he brings. And out here at training camp, his size and what he does. And then he's got to go away for 6 weeks. So maybe we get a nice teaser of what Hoyt can be, and then we have to say goodbye until week 7. So he's one that's been interesting to me since the moment they signed him. I thought it just immediately stuck out as, all right, that sounds like a good idea. If you're a defensive coordinator that's looking to get more exotic, more aggressive, a guy that can do that kind of stuff, he's not exactly like the highest profile guy, but whatever. The scouting report on him seemed to be like, all right, I like the idea.
There's the clip of him covering DK Metcalf as a slot corner that went viral after the Bills signed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good at everything. Maybe not amazing at any one thing. Does that sound right about Hoyt? But that can still be very useful when the offense doesn't know what his role is on a given play. He could I mentioned that Metcalf clip. He could line up at slot corner and he's covering the tight end and maybe holding his own, or he's coming off the edge on a blitz. Or on the next play, he's playing defensive tackle because it's 3rd and long, and now he's an interior pass rusher. So it's just that one, though, is just so deflating about him missing 6 games.
The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, hey, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once you get the first snap of running back work, and then all right, that's immediately put to bed. Unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're not even going to be full pads, right?
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a designation anyway. Of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. Like, he's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still, I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, right, they're a little bit of a workaround.
We're here at St. John Fisher for day one of training camp. The Bills players reported yesterday they'll be on the practice field today. We'll talk more about it with Sal Capaccio coming up next. There is some injury news on the Bills front, including yesterday a couple players being placed on different lists. Dawson Knox on the non-football injury list. They also place offensive tackle Spencer Brown and center Cedric Van Pran Granger on the PUP list. They take Landon Jackson, third-round rookie out of Arkansas, defensive end, off the PUP list. So that's the injury news for now. James Cook reportedly is expected to be in attendance for the Bills today. Whether or not he practices, we will see when it begins a little bit later on this morning. Coverage of training camp here at St. John Fisher University brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals in the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. The Bills introducing new red helmets that they will wear in the regular season finale against the New York Jets. Red helmets that they will wear with the current home uniforms. Also, throwback standing Buffalo uniforms, all white, that'll be worn twice this year, including against the Falcons and against the Buccaneers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We are live from St. John Fisher, training camp for the Buffalo Bills. Coverage brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the best place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Jeremy White, Sal Capaccio, and Sneaky Joe DiBiase here from the pavilion between Growney Stadium and the grass field. Sal, good morning. Welcome back to another year of training camp.
It's great to be back here. It seems like it's so far away and then it sneaks up on you and it's here already, right? I went through the timeline yesterday on Extra Point Show of we had the end of the season, obviously ended very, disappointing again. Mm-hmm. And then right away you have press conferences talking about what the to-do list. And then you go right into Senior Bowl. Combine. And every time there's a different benchmark, and you're like, and you're how many months away? Think about that. Combine is end of February. March, April, May, June, July. We're 5 months away still, and it just gets going. March is all about free agency and the owners' meetings. April, it's all about the draft, but you start workouts, and then you get into mini camp and OTAs. It still seems pretty far, and then bam, it's just right on top of you. And you come back here, and it's so familiar, right?
I said to him when we walked in, I'm not even sure they ever take anything down from year to year. Like they wrap these Bills Mafia signs. Like, do they actually take these down? Because it looks the exact. You walk in, it's like no time has passed.
Now I came up to a camp when I was living in Florida before I was at WGR, and I remember when this didn't exist, right? This stadium, I don't think this part. And there was just this hill, this grass hill that they did practice out here. If I'm right, maybe the stadium did, but I know they didn't have two fields, like a turf and a grass. So I think this grass field and stadium did not exist. There might have been a field out here.
Right.
I remember that. And then, used to be always out here on the turf field, which is behind me. If you're watching on the stream, by the way, hello, everybody. You can see the field behind me. And I remember those. You were talking about the scrimmage, the Browns, joint practices when they came to town. E.J. Manuel, I remember that. I think it is the same hospitality tent. No, it's not. Well, there is a tent over there, but it's not the same. Now it's kind of across the little road here, right? And back then they did have a lot of night practices. There was a lot of evening practices and night practices.
Yep.
Not as much anymore. And in fact, there's only one now, which is back in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And there used to be a couple here, but not the case anymore.
Yeah. So yesterday we got some news. Let's get through the roster stuff. Dawson Knox on the non-football injured list. Might get some more information on what that might be today. Maybe not specifically, but timelines, something like that.
I would hope we would. We're going to hear from Sean McDermott at 9:15. So he'll give us some sort of information. He's going to be asked about it. That one's a little more concerning for me because they signed a tight end. if you get put on a list, PUP or NFI, and there's no corresponding roster move to go along with it, then you're like, okay, the guy's going to be back. I mean, they signed a veteran tight end, Matt Sokol. Been in the league since, for 6 years now. And I'm thinking, okay, well, that means they need somebody to take some of those reps. So why? What does that mean with Dawson Knox? Is he out a while? It could be for a few days. It could be a week. It could be long-term. We don't know. But that's what gets me a little concerned is that they signed a tight end and a veteran tight end at that. It wasn't just some young guy flyer to come in and just, take a few reps here and there.
Right. And what Knox does for them, Sal, he kind of allows Kincaid not to have to do a lot of the dirty work in there. They did draft Jackson Hawes, so I don't know how much they want to put on his plate right away. He's a rookie. He's a little bit of an older rookie. And also we have no idea about timeline and whatnot, so I don't know. Knox does do a lot for I feel like I talked to Joe Marino about this last week. He's viewed – this is actually a fantasy conversation – that Knox almost blocks Kincaid because he's not on the field as much as some of the other top tight ends in the league, and his participation rate isn't as high. But Joe made a bunch of good points about how Knox actually kind of frees Kincaid up not to have to take a lot of the heavy-duty stuff that a lot of other tight ends have to.
And I know we could look at Dawson Knox's contract, and everybody has, and said, oh, my gosh, he's making a lot of money for his role. Not here to dispute that. I get it. For his production, doesn't really match up with the contract, what you see. But I'm going to tell you this. The Buffalo Bills love what Dawson Knox brings to their organization.
Yep.
And we know this. At the end of the year last year, Sean McDermott was asked a question about specifically, was there a guy that kind of really stepped up this year? He mentioned Dawson Knox, who's been around a while, how much he means to the organization. And then Tyler Dunn writes the piece about Dalton and how prominent was Dawson in Dalton's life post what happened in Kansas City last year, right? Dawson Knox means a lot. And we can have the argument all day, and I think it's a fair and valid argument when people bring, well, how much does that truly matter when it comes to the field? But we know how this team builds a roster. Those things matter. So it's not that Dawson Knox isn't here. He's going to be here, obviously. We'll see, what the situation is. But he's on the NFI list. I would assume he's here. I don't know. But, you got to be at training camp, and hopefully everything's okay. So we'll see where they go with that. And then, of course, the other Cedric Van Pran Granger, being put on the PUP. And Spencer Brown, that's concerning, being put on the PUP. They also didn't sign an offensive lineman for them. They have plenty of them. But Spencer's had a bit of an injury history here and there. He was healthy all last year. But you hope that there's nothing that holds him back long term. The good news about PUP and NFI, you can come back at any time. This isn't like he's got to sit out 3 weeks of camp or something, right? You can come back as soon as you're cleared to play.
Is it meaningful at all that Joey Bosa we didn't see placed on any of these lists?
I think it is, Joe. I think it's very meaningful. The indication is Joey Bosa is going to be practicing today because he wasn't put on any sort of list. So that's good news. Obviously, anything could change today. They could come out here today and add people to a list. But the fact that Joey Bosa did not go on any sort of list when other people did is an indication to me that he's going to be on the practice field today.
Back on Spencer Brown, is it the best case scenario is that this is basically just like Landon Jackson? Because he reported yesterday. Yeah. Jackson reported last week. He's on PUP. He's fine. Sometimes it's, don't take your physical today. You've got the flu or whatever.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
That's
so he
exactly
could be just
right.
fine. We'll find out a little bit maybe more about
exactly right.
that.
I mean, it literally could be a tweak of anything that happened. Sometimes it's they just can't pass the physical because of something minor, so we'll do it again tomorrow. Something like that.
Right.
So we'll see where it goes. We'll get more information today. Sean McDermott at 9:15 on Dawson Knox, on Spencer Brown, on Cedric Van Pran Granger. Hopefully nothing long-term with any of these guys.
We'll get a call in here on Bosa because we mentioned he's expected to go. Matt in Ontario. Matt, good morning. You're on with Sal.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very good.
The Bosa news excited me at first, but looking into his past, are we sure he's even going to play meaningful games this year? A 33-year-old, mid-30s guy from the Chargers who's played 50% of his games in the last 5 years. I feel like I've seen this film with the Jets last year with Mike Williams, and now he's retired. I don't know. I feel less optimistic about this signing, especially with the reduced depth for the first half of the year. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
Thanks, Matt.
And not to be nitpicky, but he's been 30 for 12 days, so I don't think that gets to mid-30s. But whatever.
Right. He's 30. I guess it comes down to your expectations, Matt. Will he play meaningful games? Sal, that's maybe a question for Bosa, for McDermott, for Bobby Babich, for Brandon Beane throughout this season. Having him healthy today, that's great. Now the job is keep him healthy. We talked about it a couple times. I said today, I think a great season is 8 sacks and healthy for the playoffs. Healthy
that
for the playoffs is really a key part of that. If he had a bunch of sacks and helped them get the 1 seed and then got hurt, okay, we kind of live in a world where the playoffs are what you're going for here. So how they kind of manage that, how they walk that line about his snap counts,
It would be really interesting to be in a room where they map that out, right, and watch, what is the plan each day. I think what throws a bit of a wrench in this is the Michael Hoyt suspension, right, which is now you already have, to me, you have 6 guys that are going to be on this team, and you're not going to keep 6. So, you get a suspended guy, Michael Hoyt, so it's 5. Rousseau, Bosa, Epinesa, Javon Solomon. So you can go, or 4 guys there, I'm sorry. And if you want it, and Michael Hoyt is the 5th guy that you can add in. Landon Jackson, so it is 6, I apologize. So 6 guys total, but take out Hoyt, you can keep 5 defensive ends. But that being said, because of Hoyt's suspension, how much do you want Joey Bosa playing in the beginning? Because that makes Landon Jackson maybe a little bit more prominent. And is the rookie ready for that?
Yeah.
So I think it throws a little bit in there, but I agree, this is probably a load management situation as the season goes on.
And in terms of the signing itself, the other ideas are edge rushers that signed, like Josh Sweat. We talked a lot this offseason about trying to see if you could make a trade for one, and Trey Hendrickson's still not signed. But none of those big guys ultimately moved, and maybe Hendrickson's not a guy you could even really have gunned for because of Cincinnati being, right in the mix with you. So sometimes you sign who you can. And if you're the Bills here, you needed somebody there. I think there's an argument. We'll see what plays out. Vaughn coming back could have been reasonable too. And they decided not to go that way. So they go younger in Bosa, injury history with Bosa. Vaughn came here, was really good at the start, got hurt. He's going to go in Washington. Now we'll see how it goes. So if Vaughn ends up with 10 sacks and Bosa ends up hurt all the time, well, we could go back and say that maybe they should have kept Vaughn, but who knows?
But part of that, Sal, wasn't part of that probably in that decision was Vaughn became a player that you really could only have on the field in pass-specific situations. There's a reason he doesn't play a lot against Baltimore. It's because Baltimore, with Derrick Henry, if they're going to be running the ball, you're not really going to want to expose Vaughn to that. Whereas Bosa, if he stays healthy and if he's performing for you, I think he's somebody that you have on the field in all situations.
No, I think that's right. Now, Vaughn was better, I think, than people thought or expected against the run, but it wasn't like something you wanted to do all the time, right? You kind of wanted to make sure, again, load management, make sure he's on the field in those situations. I think one of the things the Bills did, obviously, here this year, and it's clear to see, they wanted to get bigger up front, right? And that's why they went out a guy like Landon Jackson, Deion Walker. Not that TJ Sanders is a really big guy. He's more of an undersized guy. But they clearly got a little bit bigger. Michael Hoyt, Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa's a big dude, by the way. When you stand next to him, you'll see. So I think that's one of the things that they wanted to do this year. And part of the reason is, teams took advantage of them in the run game at times last year. And, you can have these guys who are – we're going to put them out for a pass rush, but you're going to have to be able to hold up against the run. And that's one thing that they tried to really focus on, I think, this offseason.
I just realized what other season it is. It is, look how big that guy is.
Yeah, that's right.
For the first time, fans get to see maybe Bosa. Who else would fit that this year?
Deion Walker.
Deion Walker, definitely.
Yeah.
Deion Walker.
You know who does that for me every year in terms of, I forget how big he is Kincaid. Kincaid is big.
He is.
And Keon Coleman is some size. It's a team that's got size. The other thing we'll be looking for out there today, and every day going forward here at camp, and Sal, maybe you can speak of this about mini camps or whatever we've seen, the speed from the receivers. Does Josh Palmer, is he someone that's going to uncover on the outside as they hope that he can do? Elijah Moore, what he looks like. I feel like as it's size season, it's also speed season. How does Curtis Samuel look? The receiving weapons, we're going to want to see that they do have a speed element because it does feel like it's been a piece that's missing from this offense.
When the Bills signed Joshua Palmer, and we still heard it up until recently, fans would say, well, how good can he be? He's the number 3 option with the Chargers. Mm-hmm. I think you have to really separate, this is one of those situations where, but his role was way different for that team and that specific offense than it would be for this team and this specific offense. That's a Greg Roman offense that he's playing in versus a Joe Brady offense. And the Bills specifically needed a guy who was a man beater, a separator within the first 15 yards of the line of scrimmage. That's what Joshua Palmer is. He can get down the field, but really his biggest and best skill set is separating between, off the line of scrimmage to 15 yards.
Yep.
The Bills didn't have that last year. That's what they needed. That's what Stephon Diggs was in his prime. Every time he was throwing the ball 10 yards downfield, it seemed like he was wide open. That's what they've missed.
Go ahead.
Just to get on a fine point on this, that's where, the receiver conversation is a big conversation on this team. That's where they're definitely better. Last year, against Kansas City, in those moments, they can't get anybody open down the field. And I got something for you on Palmer. Warren Sharp tweeted out yesterday. There are 9 receivers that had 15 targets of 20 yards or more, and the target did not fall incomplete due to wide receiver error. Palmer's on that list along with Brian Thomas Jr., Garrett Wilson, CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown. Like the verticality. There's some names like Quentin Johnson's here and Keyshawn Butte. But the point is, Jacoby Myers too. The verticality he brings is something that they tried throwing a lot of go balls to Keon Coleman, and those did not work. Like, I don't know if Coleman's ever going to be the vertical guy there. If Palmer's in that spot instead, if he can hit in the way that MVS maybe was doomed to not do so here.
Yep.
Like Palmer giving you that 20-yard target range is a pretty big deal for this offense. It's something that I think that they lacked a lot last year. They were looking to Mac Hollins in those spots, and Palmer's an upgrade.
I agree. It was an area where it seemed like the Bills just kind of fell off last year, the mid-range game, right? The mid-range game, which they were really good at for a couple of years, but it just seemed like it was not there last year. And then, really, they haven't connected on deep balls the last couple of years. You go back to Stephon Diggs and some misses a couple of years ago, and then last year, Mac Hollins was open a couple times. They missed on him, and that's, I think, where Elijah Moore comes in too, right? You talked about both Palmer and Moore. Elijah Moore gives you a little bit more of that deep threat speed that I really liked what I saw during OTAs and minicamp. We got to see it translate out here, but I think right now you're looking at that wide receiver group. You look at the group right now. I'm going to tweet out the overall roster here when we're done with our segment so everybody can see it. I think it's easily Shakir, Coleman, Palmer. I think Curtis Samuel's on this team given the finances and given the fact that I just think it never materialized the way they wanted it to with the injury, and they feel that it still can. It still will be that way. And then to me, it's Elijah Moore at number 5 because of the skill set that we're talking about that he brings.
Moore and Palmer. They're both man beaters, right? And that's one thing the Bills maybe didn't have enough of in their receiver room last year and tried to get with Cooper. You know what's interesting about Palmer? Do you know that big year he had in L.A. where he had 100 targets? Do you know who led that team in receiving? He was the number 1 receiver.
So, say it again?
He was the number 1 wide receiver, I should say. Eckler. Eckler had 100 catches, not targets, catches in that offense that year. And listen, the Bills throw the ball to running backs, but they're not throwing the ball 127 times to the running back position. Those are dump-offs. And what does Josh Allen do? He's keeping the play alive. And when I'm thinking of guys that can beat man coverage, how many Josh Allen plays throughout time can you think of where he extends the play 5 yards, and now it's playground football, and you've got receivers working back to him? And that sounds like those sound like Josh Palmer plays that maybe he never would have had the opportunity in LA to do.
Yeah, that's right.
It's that joke we made about how in the movie Old School when Will Ferrell's like, I think we're going to go to Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know if we're going to have time. But then he goes streaking. Like, that's Josh. They keep him on schedule. They keep him making smart plays. But every once in a while, he wants to let the dog out of the cage. He wants to go deep. And that's how Ray Davis gets a 50-yard catch in New York against the Jets. That's how Ty Johnson gets that 4th down touchdown catch against Denver. Like, these running backs get throws down the field because Allen looks down the field pretty consistently. That's how Keon Coleman, did he lead the league in targets on go routes? Like, it's still a run-heavy team. They're really well structured and all that. But if Allen has a guy that all of a sudden he can find down the field, I think he's going to lean on that.
And obviously, having time in the pocket to be able to do that. Last year they set records for fewest times he was sacked, right? And that's a big part of it, keeping Josh Allen clean, giving him the ability. He can move around back there, but if he has an extra half second to throw, that gives these guys a little bit more extra time. And last year was a very good year for the offensive line, and they have everybody back. Now, obviously, Spencer Brown is on the pup. We know that. But, I can't remember. I had Eric Wood on yesterday, and I was on his podcast as well, and we talked about how the fact that, like, neither of us could remember any team that's had all 10 main offensive linemen returning. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
and from
crazy.
A really good group, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, the battle on offensive line is for the 10th spot?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly
spot.
right.
10th spot at O-line, like, tight end's kind of figured out.
Yeah.
Really, running back is figured out. And we've talked about how receiver is, like, it'd be surprising if
It's about
the top
special
five.
teams. Yeah,
it's about special teams. I wonder, because we've asked you about Shavers a little bit, Sal, maybe if he could sneak his way on, but he'd have to beat somebody out. There's special teams, and then is there a role for him maybe to be like the Keon Coleman backup? Because if something were to happen to Coleman, who do they really have that would be that big body, dirty work, blocking type of receiver?
So
I don't know if they really have one.
I think he can be, but I don't know if you have to use a roster spot.
You can do practice squad?
You can do practice squad. You can elevate him, right? I think that's where this discussion comes in where, well, do you have to keep a guy in the 53 to be able to do that? Because if something happens to Keon Coleman, you could say, well, we'll bring him up.
Right.
We can elevate him.
Right.
Now, that said, the other part of this with special teams is he'd have to really, like Tyrell Shavers, yeah, sure, can he play special teams, but he'd have to really be so good to carve out that role versus a guy who he's already be on the roster maybe as a depth defensive back. Let's say Dorian Strong. Like, Can you see Dorian Strong not making this team as a 6th-round pick? That'd be tough. If you release him, any team can take him.
Right.
He's going to probably have to play special teams. That takes a spot away from a guy like Tyrell Shavers, for example.
So really,
it's a numbers game with everybody, not just wide receiver.
That's a good point. Like he's not less so fighting against the other receivers.
Correct.
As much as he's fighting against guys at other positions.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
and it brings in the Brandon Codrington situation. We've had it a lot, and I'm just still in this boat where, look, is it possible Brandon Codrington doesn't make the team? Sure. Maybe they say Elijah Moore can really return punts. This really helps us on the roster. I could see that happening, but I still say if he's not returning punts, who's returning punts? Then there are very few options on this team. And if you tell me Khalil Shakir, my answer is I don't think the Bills are interested in having their number one receiver back there returning punts on a regular basis.
Speaking of punts, do we have the Bills punter, or do you think they bring someone else in? They've one on the roster.
They've one on the roster, Brad Robbins. Absolutely wouldn't be shocked if towards the end of camp or during camp another guy comes in for competition. He needs to go out there and still show that he can do it and be the guy that they rely on. But let's remember, guys, the new rules, the touchback rules, there's going to be fewer punts. There were way fewer last year. There's going to be even fewer this year. So I'm not saying it's not as important, but it might not be as important, right? And as long as you got a guy that can be able to kind of place some punts and you don't need the strongest leg, you're punting maybe from more midfield than you are from your own 20 a lot these days. But the other part of it is you don't have to have two punters rotating in and out, two holders rotating in and out. You can work the operation with Brad Robbins. So I think, right now you only have one punter, but I wouldn't be stunned if at the end of camp they say, ooh, there's a guy that got released. Let's go pick him up.
He wears number 40, by the way. I see him listed
40.
as. You ready for a punter wearing number 40?
Did you see what number Vaughn is wearing in Washington?
No.
A single digit, right?
No.
What is it?
It's not. If you're a numbers and you care about the sanctity of numbers, when he wore 40, maybe you thought like, man, 40, all right.
40 was.
I saw
like
a picture of a 23 or something.
He's wearing 24.
24.
Vaughn is wearing
Very
24.
Weird. What? Very weird.
A number.
24 on a pass rusher.
Yeah.
So he's got to be listed as a linebacker again. One of the issues was the reason why he wore 40 in Buffalo. He couldn't be listed as a defensive end, but he wanted to wear 40.
So linebacker.
So they listed him as a linebacker because he's kind of like he can play 3-4 linebacker.
Yep.
I don't know if I like 24 on a pass rusher.
It's definitely different. Sal, comment on the red helmets real quick. Good to have him back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. I think that the further you go from anything, people want to go back to it a little bit. Because I remember when people wanted the white helmets back. I'm done with the red helmets. I want the white helmets. Yeah. I grew up in the white helmet era. Then the red helmets come in, and I remember after a while people saying, oh, they should go back to those white helmets, the Joe Ferguson days. And now we're going back the other way, right? So I think these things are very cyclical. And then, honestly, folks, I mean, people have been clamoring for it, and then they say, we're going to do it. It's going to be for one game, and people are mad. Come on. I mean, the less you do it, the more special it is.
Yeah.
I get it. They're doing it for one game to pay homage to the AFL, the stadium, or not the AFL necessarily, the stadium, the 90s teams, and all of that. So I don't mind it. Plus, they're wearing the standing buffalo for 2 games.
Yep.
And we do not know yet about the rivalry uniforms. Those are going to happen as well.
I'm very excited because those are supposedly going to be something
very different.
brand new.
Yes.
Right?
Unique.
Real quick, you would remember this, I think. Did I hear a story in the station yesterday? The reason the red helmets were introduced in the first place in the 80s was because Joe Ferguson couldn't see the players?
So, kind of, sort of.
Or was it easier for him?
There was a story that, and I don't know if this is totally true, that Joe Ferguson was colorblind. He couldn't tell the difference between certain colors. But the other part of the story is, and I don't know exactly, very young when this happened, but yes, that is part of the story. The other part of the story is, at that time there were 5 teams in the division. 4 of them had white helmets.
Okay.
Right?
New England, Miami,
Buffalo,
and
Indy.
Right.
And then Indy, yeah. So the Bills switched to red because they wanted to make it easier on their quarterback, who people also said might have been colorblind and couldn't tell the difference between different colors.
Do you remember caring then about switching to red? And whether you liked that as a kid or not?
I thought as a kid it was kind of weird but cool. All right, well, this is something. This is way before uniform explosion.
Yeah.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
Back then, it's like
that might have been a big change back then.
It was a huge change back then.
Red?
I mean, I remember when the Bengals went from the word Bengals to the stripes.
That was
right.
Probably,
they had the word Bengals on their helmet. They went to the stripes. That's one of the coolest changes ever because that's the stripes. They're Bengals. That's cool. Yeah. Instead of just having the word Bengals on it.
I feel like there's a story about the Ravens were purple because Vinny Testaverde, same thing, colorblind story or something like that. This is why it was their primary color. But I don't know.
I don't know.
There's probably a lot of urban legends like that. That one might be true. Who knows? All right, Sal. So Sean McDermott today, 9:15. We'll carry that live.
Yes, and then Brandon Beane after practice today. Okay. So we get Brandon Beane usually on the first day of camp. Sometimes it's before practice. Today it's going to be after practice, after everything wraps. So we'll hear from him before or after we see what's going on with James Cook, right?
Yeah.
So we're not going to. We'll hear from Sean. He's going to be asked about James Cook. Do you expect him to practice today? We'll see what happens. We'll know if he practices today. Then we'll hear from Brandon Beane a little bit later.
All right. Sal Capaccio. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio here. We are live from St. John Fisher at training camp. Coverage of Bills training camp from Fisher is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Whenever the Bills play somebody, we do remember some Ravens, remember some Falcons, and today I tweeted out remember some Bills. And boy, do we have some training camp names to get to. Maybe a little memory lane when we return here from Fisher on WGR. We got red helmets yesterday. We got news on the Bills. Red helmets in the final game of the season against the Jets. I appreciated anybody that's a real true complainer / hater, but in a funny way. I did think it was funny to see people saying, oh, no, Josh will only get one snap in that helmet because they'll play the Jets in Week 18 and they'll have the 1 seed locked up. That's a good problem to have, but I think the red helmet does a lot for nostalgia, does a lot for the fans of that era. One thing about the red helmet that I guess I had forgotten, I never really pictured in my head. I was listening when Sal talked to Eric Wood, like, oh, Eric Wood wore the red helmet. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sure.
He did. And the World League uniforms the Bills were wearing in the Bledsoe era, and Marshawn Lynch and Willis McGahee, and so many of these guys wore red helmets. And I feel like the red helmet, how much of the push for the red helmet is a push for the 90s red helmet and not just the helmet itself? Because it definitely coincided with a very forgettable era that we like to remember of Bills football.
Yeah, no, it's the meat of the drought, right? Well, I guess, there's a 7-year period after, a 6-year period after that. That's a good chunk, too. But they're bad. They're bad a ton when they're wearing that helmet with the Navy uniforms. And remember, that would have been the red helmet with the Navy stripe down the middle. And that helmet yesterday, that if you saw the pictures of Josh wearing it or Dion Dawkins wearing it, and you get that bright royalish blue down the middle, it definitely pops more. Day one of training camp for the Buffalo Bills, and we got a couple of injury things that the Bills did yesterday, putting a couple of players on the non-football injury list. That does include Dawson Knox. Knox is on that list, and on the PUP list goes Spencer Brown and center Cedric Van Pran Granger. They took Landon Jackson off of that list. No Joey Bosa anywhere, so indications seems that he'll be ready to go today, but we'll find out for sure in a couple of hours. Sean McDermott meets with the media in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll carry that live here on WGR and then practice a little bit after that. Coverage of Buffalo Bills training camp here on WGR from St. John Fisher University is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Bills uniform news: red helmets are coming with the home jersey Week 18 against the New York Jets. They will wear standing Buffalo throwbacks against the Falcons and the Bucks. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Christian Wade is the running back, and he gets the carry here for the Bills. And look at Wade go! All the way from England to the house! Touchdown, Buffalo! Unbelievable!
Yes, yeah. Christian. Let's get Sal back over here. We forgot to ask him about Christian Wade.
He's running as far as he can.
Christian Wade. Hey, great memories of the preseason.
Christian Wade, he had more than just that one big run.
He had a screen pass too, right?
That went.
He had two plays.
He had 2 plays. Yeah, he finished that preseason with 8 carries for 84 yards and 4 receptions for 55 yards.
Okay.
So, and that was a 48-yard catch.
Yards per touch.
He though, if I remember, that's not a training camp hero.
No, that's a game.
That's a preseason hero because he, if I remember right, because he was learning the game, wasn't getting a lot of reps like at camp.
Yep.
Like he would get a couple in the preseason here and there, but I remember him at that training camp and not really doing a ton because he was kind of just sitting back and watching and learning everybody.
Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Thanks for joining us. You can give us a call. We can take your phone calls, your questions, your comments, your expectations, anything. We've got a host of guests, kind of running through today. Mike Catalana scheduled to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll carry Sean McDermott's camp opening press conference live at 9:15. Yep. Sal just told us Brandon Beane speaks after practice. So here we go. It's training camp season. Bills logos everywhere. The wind is blowing ever so slightly, looking for Hard Knocks and that crew to show up. We just saw all the volunteers that work here at St. John Fisher all kind of coming at the same time as the gates open for them. So excited to be here and see Bills Mafia roll through in the next couple of weeks here from St. John Fisher. I tweeted out, speaking of like training camp heroes, I tweeted out our Remember Some Training Camp Bills, and
yep.
I'll read you some of the responses.
Okay.
I tweeted out Rod Streeter. Rod Streeter is my initial Tyrell Shavers, which is this guy can play, but, it never went anywhere. The one season he was having a really good preseason, he broke his leg.
Do you know the fun fact, though, about Rod Streeter?
Which one?
He caught Josh Allen's first ever touchdown in a Bills uniform.
In a preseason game?
But it was in a preseason game.
Yeah. All right, more names. Let's see. We've got Kwame Cavill, Brandon Riley. Don't forget Brandon Riley.
Can't forget Brandon Riley.
Naaman Roosevelt. Trey Adams. Joe Burns. Running back Joe Burns.
I don't remember Joe Burns.
Yeah. Landon Cohen, Dez Lewis.
Dez Lewis, I remember.
Dez Lewis
is like, that felt like 7 training camps.
Yes.
He kept coming back and back and back.
7th round pick, Dez Lewis, I think.
Yep, that sounds right.
James Jett. I remember James Jett. He signed very briefly, right? Drew Haddad, Larry Centers, Leger Douzable, Derrick Rogers.
I remember Derrick Rogers.
Do not forget Derrick Rogers.
Yep. Clemson, I think.
That sounds right.
Clemson.
And then he went on. Did he score against the Colts, or did he go on to play for the Colts?
No, I think he played for the Colts.
Okay.
I don't think he ever made it to a game with the Bills.
Yep.
I don't believe. There was hype about him. Like beyond just even training camp. It was like he undrafted because of like a disciplinary reason
and went to the CFL.
Yeah, that sounds right. He had 14 catches.
Maybe CFL was Duke Williams.
Duke Williams started in the CFL.
Right, okay.
And then came here after the fact. I remember Eric Stryker is a name, pass rusher.
Okay.
That there was a lot of hype around. I remember him for that.
I mean, I can remember speaking of training camps, I can go far enough back to when Drew Bledsoe was the quarterback and Sam Weish was the quarterback coach.
Yeah.
And the Bills are running drills. Man, Chris Brown would be good for some of these memories, too. And we'll talk to him at some point during training camp. But Sam Weish is think about this in today's era of football. He's got a stopwatch, and he's timing Bledsoe, and he's yelling at him to get the ball out faster because, the ball's got to be gone by now. Ball's got to be gone. This is at training camp watching a quarterback coach have a quarterback on the clock.
Yeah.
Because Bledsoe, I don't know if you're too young to remember Drew Bledsoe, here's what you have to remember about him. He was not evading any sack ever. Ever.
No, he wasn't. On quarterback, one guy that started as a training camp hero but is not going to ever fit that description because he ended up playing for the team way more is Tyrod was a training camp hero. When Tyrod showed up,
he won the job, right?
He won the job, but what was he? It was they had traded for Matt Castle, right? And they had EJ. And that was the battle. I remember that being the battle, and then they signed the Baltimore backup. Like the Baltimore's third-string quarterback who was a 6th-round pick and had never played in the league. Like he never got in for Flacco. And then he showed up, and I'm looking at the preseason stats that year. He wasn't any better in the preseason than the other guys. Matt Castle was 13 of 15 in the preseason. EJ had 4 touchdowns, no picks.
That's why Matt Castle started that season.
Oh, he started the first snap. that actually is that the EJ quieting the Cleveland crowd preseason?
Maybe,
because that's always a great image.
Had some moments.
Like in the preseason, Tyrod didn't play any better than those guys. He won that job because he was the training camp hero.
Think about all those jobs that were up for grabs, and here we come to a camp where, if you ask most how many jobs are available, is the answer 3
starting jobs,
2.
Starting jobs?
Starting jobs. How many starting jobs?
Even if you expand it to all jobs, I feel like the list is still only like 10.
It's single digits.
Or single digits, yeah.
It's not a lot, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's not 10.
If you do a 53-man roster projection on this team, you could probably get to 47 pretty comfortably.
Like backup linebacker, a couple of corner spots.
Right. How many receivers do they carry versus is there a return guy?
Offense might be done.
The defensive back depth.
Do you think you right now, would it be more likely that if we were to project the offense right now, like we would get that right this year more than any other year? Because
yeah, I think so.
I don't like what's the way to put this? Like the baseline offense that you would look at right now in a depth chart or the field, like any other outcome, like one tight end we don't expect to make the team makes the team, or one receiver we expect to be on the team misses it, or a running like where I guess nope, sorry, there's one quarterback.
Backup quarterback.
Quarterback.
Mike White versus Trubisky.
So there's one spot on offense.
Yep.
But for your original question, like starters, players that will get snaps, like meaningful snaps, it's 2. Because am I calling safety a battle?
Safety.
I feel like they are laying it out for Cole Bishop.
All right, I got a theory on safety. I'll run it real quickly. We'll make it back about a name we're not mentioning that maybe could be good news, bad news if the safety position goes this way. Get to that on the other side. Jeremy and Joe live from training camp here on St. John Fisher. Thanks for joining us. Join us, anywhere you find us on the app, on WGR 550 AM, or, of course, on the YouTube feed. We're happy to be bringing you all the coverage from training camp here from St. John Fisher. Practice number 1 on the way today. You know what else is going to be interesting is Michael Hoyt. Like, Michael Hoyt's their first move in free agency.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was universally, ooh, I like that idea. He's a malleable piece, whatever, within formations defensively, chess piece. And with that, we're going to get a look at him for the next 6 weeks, right? Camp, preseason. We'll hear about it from Sal, like what kind of skill set maybe he brings, and out here at his size and what he does. And then he's got to go away for 6 weeks. So maybe we get a nice teaser of what Hoyt can be, and then we have to say goodbye until week 7. So he's one that's been interesting to me since the moment they signed him. I thought it just immediately stuck out as Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. All right, so safety as a position battle. Just run this for you. You know, you never know. We're all expecting Cole Bishop to come out of that, win that job.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
I will watch Derek Forrest on a small level.
Derek Forrest.
Yes.
Derek Forrest.
How did the Bills find their safeties? How have they done it?
Do you even know how to spell Derek Forrest?
Darrick. I think that's Derek Forrest.
D-A?
I think it's a D-A, but I could be wrong. Derek Forrest. They signed him.
It is D-A-R-R.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
I got it.
Okay. Yeah.
So here's the theory. Again, Cole Bishop's going to win the job, hopefully, and that's the plan. But how do the Bills find their safeties? Well, Micah Hyde, they signed. He was pretty good. But Jordan Poyer was a guy. And they got him here, and it worked, and he lasted a long time.
Yep.
Then I'll go to Taylor Rapp to a smaller degree. Taylor Rapp signs here. What happened? Signs here for a year. They like it. 3-year deal. He stays. He's a starter. And they tried this with Mike Edwards last year. It never got off the ground. 1 year. Let's see how this works. Maybe keep a guy here. Bishop is a draft pick. Super athletic. Hopefully that works out. But if it doesn't, Derek Forrest, there's a little bit to like about him. Mm-hmm. Could he be a 1-year cheap guy? He's not Hamlin. And, hey, he's pretty good. Let's get him back for a couple more years. Like, I feel like with the Bills, we constantly hear the way they value safeties, and it's about the cerebral nature of the way the game can be, and they don't always go for the freak athletes. Well, they do have one in Bishop.
Yeah.
But what's more important is whether or not the guy can execute the defense. And if Forrest comes in and can do that, you know, there might be a lane there where he finds his way onto this team longer term. So that's a position battle. It's really Bishop and Forrest. It can't be Hamlin. If it's Hamlin, that's kind of going back to where you didn't want to go. Cam Lewis has been here forever. He's depth. So Forrest, if we're looking for the position battles that could happen, I guess I want to include that one.
It still would take for me Bishop either getting hurt,
which he was in minicamp.
Which
again.
he was in minicamp, right?
So if he's a guy that
problems.
he could just be a guy that has terrible luck.
That's right. Or he could just be a guy that gets soft tissue injuries or whatever. Or it would take him just being lost out there. Because I don't even know that they're going to treat it like a battle. Like, I might tell you right now, I'd be surprised if they are mixing anyone in with Bishop or instead of Bishop in first team reps.
Yeah, he needs a lot, right?
I would bet that they're going to come out Bishop as the starting safety, getting first team reps, and it'll be that throughout the entirety of training camp, unless again he gets injured, which He could, or maybe already is. So I think it has to be more about Bishop losing it than Forrest doing anything on his own to win it.
Rob, if you're on hold, stick with us. We'll take your phone calls coming up live from training camp. Mike Catalana joining us next hour. Sean McDermott will carry his camp opening presser live at 9:15 here on WGR.
We're here at St. John Fisher. It's day one of Buffalo Bills training camp, at least for practice. The Bills players reported yesterday. And a couple of injury notes. The Bills place tight end Dawson Knox on the non-football injury list. Also, offensive tackle Spencer Brown and backup center Cedric Van Pran Granger are on the PUP list. They took Landon Jackson off of that list. No list for Joey Bosa, so that's a good start. We'll see if he's on the field today, but a good start and indicator that maybe he'll be ready to practice a little bit later. Sean McDermott meets with the media about 9:15. We'll carry that live here on WGR. Practice a little bit after that. Coverage of training camp here from St. John Fisher University on WGR, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Other Bills news, uniform changes. They are going to have a red helmet this year in the regular season finale, the final regular season game at Highmark Stadium. It'll be worn with the home blues. Also, the standing Buffalo throwback returns for 2 games this year against Atlanta and also against Tampa. Atlanta's going to be wearing their black jerseys and red helmets for that Monday night game, so it should be a good uniform game. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. We forgot clipboards.
We got to get some clipboards. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Jeremy and Joe welcoming in Mike Catalana, which is a tradition here at training camp. We're always welcoming you. I feel like we do day one every time, too. Mike Catalana, WHAM and Buffalo Plus YouTube sports director. Welcome back. Another season. Always honored to have you here.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, for us, for myself, Dan Fates, Jenna Cottrell, who cover the team all the time, to not drive down the thruway, to come to lovely Buffalo and Orchard Park, it's nice. For me, I walk across the street.
Nice.
Literally live across the street, so everybody's in our neighborhood these few weeks. We love having it here, and we look forward to it every year.
Different camp than some others because of Hard Knocks. Maybe the irony is that it's a Hard Knocks camp, and yet is it the least dramatic camp possible?
Yeah, I love having the Hard Knocks here, people. Pat Harris, the guy who is the director, is a Rochester guy, and he's a Bills fan. We had him on the podcast, and he said it's great to be able to, everybody knows he's a Bills fan, and he's covering this event. And I've watched Hard Knocks all the time, and I've covered, this is my 38th training camp.
Right.
Let's go.
And
is that the leader of the clubhouse? You and Sal?
So Sal is
Mariano?
there. So we always talk about Sal Majorano was not full-time on the beat, but he had covered some games. So, look, we're almost the exact same age. Almost. He's actually, if you can believe it, he's actually a little younger than me. It's hard for me to believe. But we've covered it, and you look at the difference. But when I watch Hard Knocks, what I find cool is when they take you places you haven't been, even for somebody who covers it. I can't wait to see the first episode.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be doing the same thing. You wait for the pose. I think nodding is important when you're on camera, if you think
nodding.
it is. You look like you got this a little
Yep.
bit. So it's a little nod like, oh, yeah, I got it. But when I watch on August 5th, the first one, we're going to see stuff we don't see with this team, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
I feel like everyone should be practicing their slow-motion walk. Allen had a good slow-mo walk in yesterday when he arrived.
Yeah.
So, Mike, all right, what are we looking for at this camp here today? Today, the weeks going forward, we were talking about position battles, and there aren't that many. I feel like it comes down to, for position battles, 2 young players, Max Hairston and Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
Those are the primary 2?
Yes, because both of those guys, I think, need to be starters. Need to be. I asked Bobby Babich during the offseason about his expectations for Bishop, and he pushed away from it. He said, they have higher expectations than we do for them. I agree with all that in coach speak, but you drafted this guy, talented player, to play. And last year, was limited. And when he was out there, he got hurt. And when he wasn't on the field, I think they're set up to have him be the starter. They've got DeMar there waiting because DeMar they trust. And it's a big thing with them, especially at safety. I think he's got to start, and I think they absolutely want the number 1 pick to be that guy and ready to start. And I think they're going to have to go out and prove that here at camp. Earn it, but prove it. And we've seen it happen before. Look on the other side at corner. Talk about proving it. Not only was it a rookie starting, it was a rookie getting the first reps ahead of the number 1 pick. So meritocracy does work, but they're going to have to earn it in order to play, and I think that's key.
Yeah, and at corner, Tre'Davious White, it means so much to the locker room and the organization. I wonder if that will be a 50-50 battle right out of the gates, or whether they'll give the rookie the first lead at that, or respect to Tre'Davious White that they would maybe have him out of the gates. Like safety, I feel like Bishop gets the first team reps or is getting that opportunity right away, and it's his to lose. I wonder if that's the same for Hairston.
Well, you got a big difference there, right? Because you have a legendary former number 1 pick, Sean's first draft pick, right? And then on the other side, you have the kid there hoping to be that, and you want him to earn it, and he's a rookie. I mean, big difference between that and Bishop. I mean, Bishop did have a whole year, and so they've seen him through that period of time. But, yeah, it's funny. As you get older, people think it's more like sentimental about things. I'm not really that way when it comes to football. I love the game. I love covering it. I respect the players so much. So I hate seeing what the Cowboys do, even though I don't like the Cowboys. I don't think they even respect their own players. It's a weird dynamic.
They don't talk like it.
It's really tough. Like, to hear the way they talk about the Parsons, and I mean, it is
He takes
tough.
a shot at Dak while talking about Parsons.
It's like they don't like it. Yeah. And everybody loves Trey. But if this was another team, like last year when Trey was on other teams, I think it would be looked at differently. But I think they do have that respect. And there's nothing wrong with him getting the first snaps, going that way, and then seeing that rookie earn his way to it. But listen, if they would tell the truth, I don't know if they would, they absolutely want Max Hairston to win that job and to be playing and then get it going starting in week 1. And then we see where Trey is. Everybody wants that to be the case, but we don't know how he's going to play. He might play great. And then you're like, that's a tough problem to have, right? Because you have too many good corners.
Yeah.
Let's see how he plays.
It'll be interesting about Tre'Davious White. I can think back to a previous camp, being here, watching him ride the bike, where we're waiting for him to come back. And his return from his injury took a lot longer than a lot of guys do. And when we finally found out about his battle through that, it was an emotional battle for him, how hard it was to be away from the game. And now he's here and he's back where, he made his entire career. It feels like he's been gone for 5 years.
Yeah.
He's only been gone for a year.
Yeah, because he played so little towards the end. He was different, though. He was awesome during the spring, talking to everybody. I think he's freed up from that. I think coming back here makes him feel more at home. And I asked Sean then about competition, and it's great to say Trey's more of a mentor, and he's this. But he's still got it in him, right, to say, I'm not letting this rookie beat me out. And I want to see that at him. Not that he wouldn't compete, but I want to see that at him. I think we'll see it. And if he's playing that well, there's nothing wrong with even giving some reps to both, even during the year, right, even at the beginning of the season. But I think it's got to be. I think Hairston is so important to what they want to do.
Well, really, because you mentioned they might want him to win that job. They probably do want him to win that job. It's what can you do with that skill set if he's shown you that you can trust him. I mean, that's kind of been the theme of their offseason. Michael Hoyt can do all these different things. He's a chess piece, and now they've got 3 linebackers They're all playable. They can do different formations with that. And Hairston, Tre'Davious White's in an age where the athletic profile is just not the same. Hairston was the fastest player at the combine. If they can trust him, that's a man coverage speed corner that they really haven't had anything close to that to play with in a while.
Yeah, and that's what's going to, hopefully, for them, change the defense. Look, we talk about this defense and the failures of the defense, but sometimes you got to look at the overall talent level of the defense. You know what I look at? I look at the guys who've left, who've gone, right? And, maybe Rasul's on a roster. And Von, he is this mythical figure because he's Von Miller, but he wasn't on a roster until now. And then you got guys like Austin Johnson and Jordan Phillips. Like, a lot of the guys who played a lot of snaps last year weren't even on rosters. I think the talent level just wasn't there. You bring in Max Hairston, he has the ability. Well, I think it's pretty clear. Then the question is building him up. And then the point is, when are you comfortable enough to say this kid's got to play? Because Trey played, right? And Christian Benford played.
Yep.
And look at where they ended up at the top of their game, where I think Benford can even go up from this. So, yeah, I think you need that talent level up. And then the hope is all these other guys you brought in can play, because you mentioned the guys suspended.
Yeah.
That's brutal here. 6 games without 2 guys that would, without question, be either starters or very much in major reps.
Mike Catalana sitting with us here at St. John Fisher at training camp here. One position I feel like we've only started to talk about in the last week is linebacker, because Matt Milano's played 9 games in 2 years, and his contract got redone, so now he's a UFA at the end of the year. And talking about it with Sal, he thinks the Bills are very much thinking he's healthy, he's the guy, he's still the man. And I find myself, all right, I'm ready to see that. I'm going to want to see that because he's played so sparingly, it's hard to really envision him being at his full powers, but maybe he will be.
Yeah, he definitely showed flashes of that when he came back, and especially, into the playoffs. But we can't trust that, and they can't trust that he's going to be out there every game. And Dorian Williams has, again, you talk about physical. We were talking about on the podcast. Is he the best athlete on the team? Certainly would be up there, right? He can do all those things. It's about being in the right place and making the right time. Again, I think they go into it saying, this is the guy we think Milano can be again for us. And then you say, if he's not, you have another player there. Then you do worry about the depth, but I'm going to tend to think more about the high end that linebacker group can be if all 3 of those guys can stay on the field. And maybe you mix in snaps. Maybe you don't beat Milano up all year and get Dorian a lot of snaps, which is what I think they'd like to do.
How do you feel about the Joey Bosa signing and then how that's developed? He got the injury. Maybe that's okay by today. He's not on any list right now.
Yeah, look, I like the signing. It's a 1-year deal with, some little void years, but that's what you got to do in this league. And I like the high end of him, and I think if he's healthy, I hear people say bubble wrap him, get him ready for the playoffs. It's not the way the league works. He's going to play, but that doesn't mean you got to beat him up all year. But in order to do that, you got to have other guys that can step in and play. It's easy to say, load management on these guys until you're in the third quarter of a game against the Jets and you're only up by 3 and you need somebody to get to the quarterback, right? It's what you paid him for, and then the hope is there. And with this team, that's what makes it so interesting. It's like it's easy to just take ourselves and put them in the championship game down by 3. What's going to happen, right? Because they've done this and been there. But it's a hell of a lot of stuff you got to do between now and then to get there. And I think they're going to expect that out of Bosa, but they're also going to be smart because of what he's gone through. And let's see him. We haven't seen him on the field. I saw him doing work on the side. Let's see if he's healthy and what he can do once the season starts.
Yesterday, the NFL insiders gave a little bit of a watch potential hold-in scenario for James Cook. I don't know that there's any sort of reading of the tea leaves there. You anticipate he's going to be full go, ready to rock?
Yeah, he surprised me at the mandatory camp. Not just that he was there, because that to me is a little easier one to just show up and stand there and watch. It's a couple of days. It's basically the same as the other camps. This would be something to stand to the side and not work with your teammates. That ramps up any conversations they're going to have. Either ramps it up or closes them off, because the team's going to have their own thought of what that is. He's going to want to be here, which I totally get. He should be here for his money because he doesn't want to get fined. But at the same time, we don't know. where they are in any negotiations. They may eventually – I mean, they could redo his deal, but when you talk about comp picks, I think that eliminates that. If you do away with that contract and sign him to a new one, and then he does get bumped up this year, is he worth more than what he's making this year? Yeah, of course. But this is the way contracts work. So I think in an ideal world, he plays great, and if somebody wants to pay him a lot more at the end of the year, you wish him good luck and go that way. I don't know if they will. But Brandon Beane could come on later today and say we just signed him to a 3-year deal, and we'd be surprised. So.
Would you be comfortable? Do you think that Beane would do that, would pay a running back? I look at the top teams in the league, and they use running back as a finishing piece.
Yep.
And to me, the Bills are a team that could absolutely do that and view Cook in that same way.
Yeah, because you look back at the championship game, like that play he made to get in the end zone is what we've wanted out of players, right? It's what we were waiting for Stephon Diggs to do when he was here in a big moment, and he didn't do. And Dalton Kincaid had that opportunity, different, but an opportunity to do it. He is a playmaker that this team, and I'm not talking about regular season numbers and how everything goes. I'm talking about in the biggest moments, in the biggest games. He showed up. So did Mac Hollins, actually. Yeah. But he showed up and was a playmaker. And I think when you pay, I mean, it's funny, you guys, when we talk about numbers, I mean, Gabe made, what, $13 million $13 million last year? Because I know he's a wide receiver. To me, it's about, yes, position, but I'd be very comfortable with them paying him $11 million for the next 3 years. I think he would be really good for them. But I don't know what he thinks. Maybe he thinks he'll get a lot more on the open market.
A lot's been made of the receiver position. Josh Palmer, Elijah Moore, Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir returning. I think the group is almost consensus better than this time last year, where it's MVS and Chase Claypool, and now you've got probably a group that is established. How will it be different, if it will, in your eyes?
Yeah, I think we'll see, because it was very different than we didn't know what to think last year with the guys who were here, and you're wondering, like you said, like Claypool is one, MVS, and they were nothing. They did nothing here, and then you saw that rise of Shakir. I think Shakir's got another notch to go up. I don't know how high, but I just think he does so many things well. If he has some speed with him, I think that would open things up even more for him. But we'll see how it plays out. I'm like everybody else. I'm really interested in seeing what Palmer can do. I think his skill set could help them a lot. But again, I would say it comes back to you look at the playoffs and you watch those games and who makes plays for them. It would be great to make life a little – there's no law about making it a little easier for 17, as great as he is. It's easy to just go – I watched the championship game. Why I watched it, I've watched it like 2 times over the summer. Mm-hmm. And they put up points. But, man, it was a lot of like Josh running, doing something on 4th down, making a play. It was – there's no law that says it can't be an easy throw and an easy catch in 20 yards. Let's see a little bit more of that. Maybe Elijah Moore is that guy. I don't know. We'll see.
I think about their last couple possessions in that game a lot. They have the ball and the lead, and they're needing the 4th down. Like, they're needing stuff like that because the offense really couldn't do much outside of like 5 yards. Yeah. It was an extended run game for the entire 4th quarter, and that's where, the GM can say it was the defense. We didn't lose because of our receivers. Better ones would have helped, and I do think they have better ones.
So you look back at the guys who have made plays, and it's not always everybody looks at the Chiefs and says it's Kelsey. Mm-hmm. But, it was MVS against the Bills, right? And then he did it again the next week a couple years ago, right? You see other players. I think back to, it's not always the numbers and the yards. Eventually it's the points. I think back to that Lions game and the play, what Dawson Knox made. Over-the-head catch. I know that didn't win the game, but it was big. Yeah. The Lions had gotten back in it, and it's making a play to make life easier for Josh Allen when somebody steps up. That's what they're going to need, and maybe one of these players is thought of more that way. But you're right. The end of that game, even though they were moving the first drive, it was a struggle.
Yeah, and what that all might come down to is chemistry, because Shakir has it with Allen. Kincaid, those two have not really – they had it year one, but that's a lot of short throws. Last year, Allen missed Kincaid a lot. They're just kind of not on the same page. And whether that's a chemistry that comes out with maybe Josh Palmer, maybe Elijah Moore, to me, whoever it is that emerges is the one that Allen feels like he can trust the most, or that however they mind meld, they just get something on the same page, because he needs somebody outside of Shakir and the backs for that, to me.
Yeah, you're right, because that's the way he would look. And listen, I want to see Kincaid succeed because they set it up for him to be that player. And it reminds me a little bit of the way they talked about Spencer Brown. He was hurt, and there was issues.
Yeah.
He was coming out of COVID, and then it was he's small school. And listen, we always talk about reasons and excuses. I think it bordered on excuses, but then Spencer Brown came back and was much better and has been really good. And I hear that for Kincaid. I'm like, well, okay, this is the NFL. It's like talking about Keon being young. When Josh is back there looking to throw, he doesn't care your age. He cares if I'm going to be trusting you and throwing you the ball. And I give Keon credit for owning that. Going, nobody cares my age. Same with Kincaid. I know he was banged up. His teammates said that, but he needs to be better. He and Josh on the same page. And I think that falls on, obviously it falls in some way on both of them. But that's going to be a huge part of what they do.
That Spencer Brown call-out's a great one, because it was very much like, yeah, I've heard this all before. You guys always like players, and then bang. Oh, okay. Oh, extended. Oh, he's one of the top 3 right tackles in the sport. The glow-up on Spencer Brown was legitimate.
And there was issues, but at some point in this league, no one cares. And they'll show it, too, because at the end of this year, and here we are, first day of camp.
5th-year option.
They got to be making that decision. It's a first-round pick, and it's a big decision to make. So let's see how it plays out.
Yep. Mike, thanks as always. Red helmet thoughts? You excited, happy, whatever?
Yeah, it does bring back, I'm looking at, I covered all those games. It feels like it was a different time in the world and everything. I think all that stuff is cool. I think it's great. I think it gets people excited. And, it's funny. This team has a history of them wanting to change helmets to help Joe Ferguson back in the day. It's different now. And Josh wearing it at the open practice, was that 2 years ago that he wore the red helmet?
That was 2 years ago, because I think he wore a blue one last year.
Yeah, so he does that kind of stuff. All that stuff is cool. If people are into it, some people aren't. I think as long as they stay away from the uniforms that they debuted here, and I emceed the thing with T.O. the day they did the USFL uniforms.
Yeah.
Still the worst. Just anything. Just stay. They never have to throw back to those things. Throw out, throw back. Other than that, I think it's cool. Go ahead. Let's see how it looks.
Yeah.
Who finishes in second in the AFC East, and how many games behind?
All right. I don't know if it's a hot take. I have the Jets finishing second.
All right. You know what?
It is. I think it has to, because I don't think I've heard anybody say that.
Yeah.
So I look at it this way. I think the Patriots have done a lot of things, and Vrabel's there and all this. And they're in that mode a little bit of, we've got the young quarterback and him building up. And we don't know how good Drake May is going to be, and he's got some weapons and all that. I think the Jets still have talent. They were a team with no focus. I think they have acted like a professional franchise this offseason. They have signed talented players. I don't know how good he's going to be at quarterback, but I think they look at him differently, and he might look at himself differently. He doesn't have to be great. He's got to be really good and to show he can be a starter in this league. I don't know why. I think I've got Miami 4th in the division. I think they're going to fall apart, and I think everybody's going to get fired there. And I think it'll be between those two, and I think they're going to be in that, honestly, both in that 8-9 win range, New England and the Jets. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not normally a hot take guy, but I'm going to say Jets second place.
All right. Aaron Glenn is giving off similar vibes to Vrabel. Like last year, New England was this too. Like, it didn't feel very professional, and he's coming in and no nonsense. There was the details of the Rodgers meeting. And he feels like he's trying to do what Vrabel's trying to do in New England.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And Vrabel's been a head coach.
Right.
It didn't go so well later, in Tennessee, right? But they had some issues too. And listen, it's the Jets. So the Jets will find a way to jet, but I just feel like close race between those two.
Mike Catalana on YouTube at Buffalo Plus. If you're watching us here on the YouTube stream, we got maybe a career high number of viewers for you.
Oh, well, I don't
for live training camp. So go to Buffalo Plus, subscribe to their page, check all their great Bills content out. You guys do great work, and thanks again, as always, for joining us here. We'll see you on the field.
Anytime, guys.
Mike Catalana, WHAM and Buffalo Plus YouTube Sports Director. Jeremy and Joe live from training camp. Back in a moment. Sean McDermott live at 9:15 here on WGR. I thought it was. You know what else is going to be interesting is Michael Hoyt. Like Michael Hoyt's their first move in free agency.
Yeah,
and I feel like it was universally, ooh, I like that idea. He's a malleable piece, whatever, within formations defensively, chess piece, and with that, we're going to get a look at him for the next 6 weeks, right? Camp, preseason. We'll hear about it from Sal, like what kind of skill set maybe he brings. And out here at training camp, his size and what he does. And then he's got to go away for 6 weeks. So maybe we get a nice teaser of what Hoyt can be, and then we have to say goodbye until week 7. So he's one that's been interesting to me since the moment they signed him. I thought it just immediately stuck out as, all right, that sounds like a good idea. If you're a defensive coordinator that's looking to get more exotic, more aggressive, a guy that can do that kind of stuff. He's not exactly like the highest profile guy, but whatever. The scouting report on him seemed to be like, all right, I like the idea.
There's the clip of him covering DK Metcalf as a slot corner that went viral after the Bills signed him. Yeah, he's pretty good at everything. Maybe not amazing at any one thing. Does that sound right about Hoyt? But that can still be very useful when the offense doesn't know what his role is on a given play. He could I mentioned that Metcalf clip. He could line up at slot corner and he's covering the tight end and maybe holding his own, or he's coming off the edge on a blitz. Or on the next play he's playing defensive tackle because it's 3rd and long and now he's an interior pass rusher. So it's just that one though is just so deflating about him missing 6 games.
The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once you get the first snap of running back work, and then, all right,
sure.
that's immediately put to bed, unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're not even going to be full pads, right?
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a designation of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking like team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. Like, he's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending. Because hold-ins are, right, they're a little bit of a workaround.
Training camp's opening up around the NFL, and here in St. John Fisher, the Bills practicing in about 90 minutes. Sean McDermott's going to meet with the media in about 45 minutes. We'll carry that live here on WGR. The Bills moving some pieces around on the injury front. Yesterday, Dawson Knox goes on the non-football injury list. See if we get more of an update on him from McDermott. Also on Spencer Brown and center Cedric Van Perren Granger. They both were placed on the PUP list. Landon Jackson, third-round rookie, was taken off of the PUP list. And Joey Bosa is not on any of these lists, so indications early that he could be on the practice field to start camp here in a little bit. The Bills introducing red helmets yesterday. Week 18 against the New York Jets. They'll wear them with their home uniforms. And the Standing Buffalo returns for 2 games this year, as well as a throwback uniform in all white against Atlanta and then also against Tampa Bay. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. The Commanders just placed wide receiver Terry McLaurin on the reserve did not report list, so he officially is in the middle of a holdout as he looks for a new deal. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Nah, but I'm gonna talk to him. You know, I just thought as a whole, like, you know, everyone's situation's differently. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, I'm here for my teammates. You know, I'm not here to please another grown man. I'm here for them. You know, I want to be here with Trey, watch him rehab, watch him get on the field, watch his growth. I want to be here battling with Terrence Steele. Like, I'm here for these guys. I'm not here for him. End of the day, he's on the field with us. You know, we're on the field playing the games and things like that. So I'm going to just control my teammates, keep boosting it. You know, we're just going to keep playing together.
Micah Parsons there with Jane Slater. Post-practice interview, Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. And Jerry Jones comments, like he's alienating his own players, and it's kind of rough. We'll get some calls here. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Training camp coverage brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today.
Very quickly on Dallas. I got something that could be considered a let's get stupid on them. I heard a take yesterday about Dallas. Is it possible? Because Jerry Jones ends up paying these guys at the end of it, right?
Yep.
He actually costs himself because by buying time and not paying Prescott or CeeDee Lamb early, he pays a higher price for them. Is it possible that Jerry Jones is willing to bleed out these situations as long as possible and say, yeah, I'll pay the extra $5 million a year because my team's going to be in the news cycle for every single year.
So he's paying for the news cycle?
He's paying for free advertising, basically. He's paying to be on First Take.
Okay.
By not paying Micah Parsons, he gets a year of being on TV all the time about the Cowboys and Micah Parsons.
Do you want the flip side of that?
What's the flip side of
The
that?
flip side of that is the Bengals, and the funny let's get stupid take is that the Bengals don't want to pay players because they don't want to win the Super Bowl because they don't want to buy rings. They're too cheap to buy the rings, which is funny. One quick camp update, and then we're going to get a couple calls in here. I think I have found the most meaningful camp update where, so-and-so is starting with the one. What player and what update could legitimately be the most newsworthy ever on what they're doing on day one of camp? Because I think we have one.
Which player?
Which player is there at? Oh, all right. That says something.
About what they're doing.
Yep. A unique circumstance where, okay.
Like Aaron Rodgers?
Nope. I'll just give it to you.
Yeah.
What color is Travis Hunter wearing?
Oh, duh.
Is he
Travis
starting?
Hunter.
Is he starting with the offense or the defense?
Right.
He has to. They have to choose what side. Right.
Well, unless he has two uniforms.
They're going to make him change for drills. Travis Hunter.
You got a penny.
Travis,
Give him a penny.
You got to wear white or blue if you're offense or defense.
That's what I mean. They're giving him a blue penny, and then
no, they're not going to blue penny him.
And then he could just throw it on when he goes over to play defense.
Anyway, Travis Hunter lining up, working on his release packages and wearing the color of the offense on day one of the camp.
Okay,
so there you go, Travis Hunter.
Maybe today he will wear. Maybe he'll wear the defense, and they go back and forth.
If he wears,
are we going to be counting the number of days he's in defensive blue versus offensive white or whatever it is?
Yup. Why not, right? 803-0550. You get some calls in here. Rob in Connecticut is on the line with us here from Fisher. Hey, Rob. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It wouldn't have felt right if I didn't chime in on this. This is like the greatest day, one of the greatest days of the year. It's like Christmas in July, the best present. Happy first day training camp. You guys are killing it. I always like listening to you. But, I'm curious to see what this the variety pack of wide receivers we have. I'm looking forward to seeing what Elijah Moore does. I have high hopes for him, and also Josh Palmer. But most importantly, we really focused on the defense during the draft, and I'm hoping that the defense steps up this year. It's very, very beefy on the line and everything, but you guys are killing it. And also, I have to ask, Joe, are you all bundled up? Is it cold there? Are you shivering today
I
or what?
did bundle up.
Yeah.
Jeremy did not. Yeah. I was nice, warm, and toasty in my little Bills jacket here this morning.
I called Joe out and said
degrees.
it's not football season until he forgets to pack a quarter zip because it can be chilly here in the morning. And we got out of the car. It was 52 degrees, and I was chilly because
He didn't have one, and I did.
I thought we were a heat wave. I was fine. I was never as cold today as you were last year.
It was freezing
last year, Joe's doing like calisthenics over on the side.
I was.
Trying to stay warm, doing jumping jacks.
I was like, every break I was going into the bathroom, not to go to the bathroom, just to heat up.
Right.
Because it's warmer in there.
Yeah.
It was freezing.
803-0550. Thanks, Rob in Connecticut. Rob in North Tonawanda is next up. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy camp day. Jeremy brought up something about the camp heroes, and I thought of two of them, both former Cardinals. One of them I thought of was Kevin Cobb. We got him the first year of Marone, I think it was. And
yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, they were propping him up every single time he had a good camp, but then all of a sudden, the first preseason game, he gets injured, and I'm like, he got
a real bad concussion. Yeah, really bad. Cobb had the Matt situation where he hurt his knee, but then he went into Washington, got a very bad concussion. Tyler Dunn wrote about that, I think.
It's a very good story, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember them making him sound like a hero that he came back after the Matt thing. And then the other one was Anquan Bolden. We brought him in, we needed a big-name receiver, first year of McDermott. And then after the first preseason game, he retires. And I'm like, what the heck? Why did he retire? And I'm like, and I thought, we had a decent big-name receiver. And it was like,
Yeah, there's that
lot of
famous
those,
picture.
too.
Thanks, Rob. There's that famous picture, he and Sammy Watkins both at a training camp practice, and then neither played for the team that year because they both got traded, right?
Right.
So,
Right,
yeah.
and they showcased Watkins, right, in the preseason. Like, they threw to him a lot.
Yeah.
Bolden played in a preseason game, and then by the time they got to the regular season, it was who? Jordan Matthews.
Yeah.
That's who it was, playing receiver.
News yesterday on Matthew Stafford. He's going to miss the start of camp because of back injury.
Right.
Which is scary. I mean,
Yeah, a
if
little
you got
bit.
an older quarterback, that is a little scary, dealing with back soreness. They're going to modify his workouts. He'll start training camp working to the side with trainers. It's a 5-day period. Like, they're trying to squeeze one more season out of Stafford. And if he's at the peak of his powers, I think that's a team that could win it. And if he's not, then obviously they're not going to. I mean, something to watch. Something to watch. That was from Jordan Rodriguez yesterday.
Yeah, he is all of it right now. And they aren't they? Is that one of those teams that invested in a back? They did. I thought they went after like a higher profile backup. They have Garoppolo.
Okay.
So if they've got to go through a couple of weeks because they think Stafford is so banged up during the regular season, they could throw Garoppolo in there and maybe tread water.
You could have told me Garoppolo retired 5 years ago. I would have believed you. And he's on a roster.
Do you remember where he was last year? Or the year before?
I mean,
name his career since leaving
San
San Francisco.
Since leaving San Francisco, Jimmy Garoppolo was in. He was in Vegas.
He was in Vegas. He started a game against the Bills, I believe.
All right, great.
With the Raiders. 2023?
Yeah.
I guess he was with the Rams last year.
Okay.
So he went from the Raiders to the Rams. He got suspended last year.
We have a poll up on our YouTube feed. Subscribe to the WGR 550 YouTube channel. Join us on our stream here from St. John Fisher. Like as well. Will James Cook participate in practice today? 87% expecting yes. I'm surprised. I thought the number would be like 99%. Like,
yeah.
The insiders have said keep an eye on this, but I think yeah, whatever.
I would be. I don't know what he's really accomplishing by holding in.
Yep.
I guess that would be my part of it. Like, it's different to me than like the Trey Hendrickson situation, who's in year 2 of a deal, and he's at a position where other guys are getting paid. And
I also think Hendrickson could sit out a full year and come back with more money than he would have just playing. He's scheduled to make 16, and a pass rusher of his caliber is making 35.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
we'll see about that. Hey, coming up tomorrow, Sal and Matt Beauvais are taking It's Always Game Day in Buffalo on the road. Special training camp edition live from Barbell East in Rochester. Join them tomorrow, 7 p.m. at Barbell on Empire Boulevard. Short drive from St. John Fisher. Be part of the live audience. Hear their takes on training camp, the team. Enjoy Fiddlehead beer specials with event support from Fiddlehead Brewing Company, all while digging into the best wings in Western New York. Get all the details now at WGR550.com. You said you might have a Let's Get Stupid on the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to say it's Let's Get Stupid. I believe it. I think Jerry Jones is doing this on purpose to keep the Cowboys in the media stream.
I have a Let's Get Stupid for the rivalries uniforms and a Buffalo theme that we have
not be. There's one I'm thinking of that I've seen people say, and it just better not be one idea.
I don't think you've thought of this. We'll find out.
Okay, good.
We'll get to that. More of your phone calls. Sean McDermott will carry that live. His camp opening presser at 9:15 this morning coming up here on WGR. So, Mike, all right, what are we looking for at this camp here today? Today, the week's going forward, we were talking about position battles, and there aren't that many. I feel like it comes down to, for position battles, 2 young players, Max Hairston and Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
Those are the primary 2?
Yes, because both of those guys, I think, need to be starters. Need to be. I asked Bobby Babich during the offseason about his expectations for Bishop, and he pushed away from it. He said, they have higher expectations than we do for them. I agree with all that in coach speak, but you drafted this guy, talented player, to play. And last year, was limited. And when he was out there, he got hurt. And when he wasn't on the field, I think they're set up to have him be the starter. They've got DeMar there waiting because DeMar they trust, and it's a big thing with them, especially at safety. I think he's got to start, and I think they absolutely want the number one pick to be that guy and ready to start. And I think they're going to have to go out and prove that here at camp. Earn it, but prove it. And we've seen it happen before. Look on the other side at corner. Talk about proving it. Not only was it a rookie starting, it was a rookie getting the first reps ahead of the number one pick. So meritocracy does work, but they're going to have to earn it in order to play, and I think that's key.
You know what else is going to be interesting is Michael Hoyt. Like, Michael Hoyt's their first move in free agency.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was universally, ooh, I like that idea. He's a malleable piece, whatever, within formations defensively, chess piece. And with that, we're going to get a look at him for the next 6 weeks, right? Camp, preseason. We'll hear about it from Sal, like what kind of skill set maybe he brings. And out here at training camp, his size and what he does. And then he's got to go away for 6 weeks. So maybe we get a nice teaser of what Hoyt can be, and then we have to say goodbye until week 7. So he's one that's been interesting to me since the moment they signed him. I thought it just immediately stuck out as, all right, that sounds like a good idea. If you're a defensive coordinator that's looking to get more exotic, more aggressive, a guy that can do that kind of stuff, he's not exactly like the highest profile guy, but whatever. The scouting report on him seemed to be like, all right, I like the idea.
There's the clip of him covering DK Metcalf as a slot corner that went viral after the Bills signed him. Yeah, he's pretty good at everything. Maybe not amazing at any one thing. Does that sound right about Hoyt? But that can still be very useful when the offense doesn't know what his role is on a given play. He could I mentioned that Metcalf clip. He could line up at slot corner and he's covering the tight end and maybe holding his own, or he's coming off the edge on a blitz. Or on the next play, he's playing defensive tackle because it's 3rd and long, and now he's an interior pass rusher. So it's just that one, though, is just so deflating about him missing 6 games.
Okay. Jerseys are in the news. Helmets are in the news. I got something for the Rivalries uniform. Ready?
Go ahead. What do we got?
I forgot this existed, but it does. So when the Bills announced their jerseys, the helmets, the red helmets yesterday, I saw a tweet from Jason, a listener, and also Jason's our hot dog of the day source down at the arena. He's the one that always tells me the hot dog of the day.
Nice.
He wrote, red helmets, get them from the alley. No, that's not enough. If they play poorly, it would be like the red jersey, white pants game. They should never wear it. He's saying, like, whatever, all I care about is a silver trophy, and finished with, they can play in plaid. Plaid? Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Don't.
Joe, are you familiar with buffalo plaid?
I am.
Buffalo plaid is a real thing?
I am.
A checkered pattern? Let's get stupid. The rivalry's uniforms are buffalo plaid.
Is that really our buffalo, though?
It's called buffalo plaid.
It's called buffalo plaid, but
End
no
of
one would
story.
ever associate buffalo plaid with Buffalo, New York.
Until the Bills start wearing it. We can just claim that buffalo plaid.
You could.
Its roots traced to Scotland and England. Whatever. It's called buffalo plaid.
I think if you're doing buffalo plaid, it's got to be a Christmas game.
Red and black buffalo check shirt, buffalo plaid, a symbol of American ruggedness and the outdoors. Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Let's have it.
It's got to come on Christmas. That's Christmas pattern style.
It kind of does look a little Christmassy. Yeah, you're right.
Give me that. I thought you were about to say chicken wing design or something.
No, that's insane.
I've seen that a couple of times. Like, do what the Bisons do. Like, the Bisons play in AAA baseball.
They should wear buffalo
The NFL, no one in the NFL should be doing, like, we're the Buffalo Wings for the day in the National Football League. I would take buffalo plaid over that. How about buffalo plaid just in the numbers? Christmas-themed jersey and it's buffalo plaid in the numbers. The problem is they're being worn early in the season, though, right?
Probably. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Josh Schmidt back producing. Owen back in studio as well, running the chat feed. How's things back there, guys? You miss us? I mean, what's it like? Is it quiet over there? Anything going on?
It's weird not seeing you guys, like talking, like looking in the other room and not seeing the conversation.
There's just nothing going on.
It's an adjustment. It's an adjustment for sure.
Yeah, it's a little odd. I've got Derek sitting where you normally sit right now, Jeremy. He's just sitting in there prepping for his show, and it's a little different in here today.
Yeah.
I had Owen kicking his feet up in the studio. He's got popcorn. Or whatever.
It has been the
He's
exact
watching movies on the TV.
Costanza's in Steinbrenner's office.
Yes.
Owen's going crazy in his little box over there. He's going nuts, doing all sorts of stuff with the stream.
They're cabling up for Sean McDermott's opening press conference here, coming up at 9:15. We'll carry that live for you. We'll carry McDermott live today. I think Joe Brady maybe tomorrow, maybe Bobby Babich on Friday. You know, we'll keep you up to date on these and carry as many as we can.
Very quickly, do you have any memory of the last time the Buffalo Bills wore a red helmet?
No.
You know when they changed?
No.
2011 was the first season they went back to the white helmets.
Okay.
So the end of the 2010 season.
Okay, that's what year? What did they finish?
They finished at 4-12.
Okay, so the last game of that season
started 0-8.
Okay, is it on the road?
It's on the road.
Is it in Miami?
No, New York.
The Jets.
A road finale against the Jets. They had 4 wins going into that game.
It was right after they beat Miami on the road then, because I was at a game in Miami where they won on the road in a 4-12 season.
Let's see. The Bills that year, they beat the Dolphins in Week 15.
Okay.
2 weeks
prior. They finished against the Jets. Is that the Cardell Jones game?
No, this is earlier than that. This is Chan's last game.
Chan's last game.
Where he says after the game, or after he gets fired, that this is the one team I've worked for that I'll root for. The Bills lost 38-7 to Rex Ryan's Jets.
I got nothing on that game.
I don't remember a single thing about it. It's the last. Brian Brom threw 23 passes.
Oh, there you go.
Went 10 of 23 for 106 and 3 interceptions. Levi Brown of the Bills went 2 for 3 for 24 yards and a pick.
What a year. No,
actually,
you know what? Get rid of the helmet.
All right, let me look.
Don't bring him back.
I'm going to look this up in the break. I think Levi Brown is the last Bill to throw a pass with a red helmet on. I'm going to look that up.
Press conference, when it gets started, scheduled about 9:15. We'll carry that for you, and we're coming right back from training camp here on WGR. The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. You know, we talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero, and then Ian Rappaport, both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in, but it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, hey, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once he get the first snap of running back work, and then, like, all right,
Sure.
that's immediately put to bed, unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean, they're
Right?
not even going to be full pads, right? There'd
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a
shoulder pads
designation
anyway.
of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on. We don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking like team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. Like, he's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get
fined.
fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still, I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, right, they're a little bit of a workaround.
Fisher for day one of training camp. The players reported yesterday. Today is practice number 1, which is in about an hour. Sean McDermott will meet with the media in about 15 minutes. We'll carry that live here on WGR. Some injury news for the Bills yesterday. Dawson Knox has been placed on the non-football injury list. Don't know why yet. We'll maybe find out from McDermott. Also, Spencer Brown and center Cedric Van Pran Granger, both placed on the PUP list. Landon Jackson taken off of the PUP list. And Joey Bosa doesn't find himself on any injury list at this point. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Bills introducing some uniform changes yesterday, alternate uniforms. They are going to have red helmets in Week 18 against the New York Jets. They'll wear them with the blue home uniforms. And 2 games this season with the red standing Buffalo, all white alternate against Atlanta, and then also against Tampa Bay. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is the Hard Knocks music?
I believe it is.
Yeah. Let's do some slow-mo stuff. Slow-mo. Got a lot of slow-mo coming.
We should do everything. Yeah.
About 10 minutes away from Sean McDermott's opening presser from St. John Fisher. We will bring you that live. Also, programming note today, Brandon Beane to speak about noon. We'll carry Brandon Beane's press conference live at noon, and that'll roll right into One Bills Live. No Sabres Live today, so Brandon Beane at noon. Coverage of Bills training camp is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Just announcement for thing if you want to keep up to date on camp. I've got a text club, Insider Club. I'm starting to get ready to recap what McDermott had to say and send it out. So it's kind of like breaking sports text. If you want to do that, it's a subtext is what it's called. It's called the 30 Club. So it's joinsubtext.com/the 30 Club. And I'll send updates from camp and throughout the season and all that stuff. Been doing it for about 2 years, and it's kind of fun. So you can text me directly, ask questions, get updates, commentary news. That's joinsubtext.com/the 30 Club. I'll have Owen throw up the link in the chat and get signed up for a trial if you like it. If nothing else, to get you some camp updates. What's the first question to McDermott?
Don't think I was asking about what's the ice cream place that he goes to and likes here?
The Pittsburgh
locally.
Dairy.
Could Hard Knocks be the first question?
Maybe.
About Hard Knocks, their presence, which I haven't seen yet, by the way. Seen them anywhere?
There are crew members wearing shirts. It's a blue.
Okay.
It's a blue shirt, and it says Hard Knocks Crew on it.
Got it.
So you'll be able to identify them.
The first question is going to be about wide receiver. No, Joey Bosa status maybe. What's going on? Why is Dawson Knox and Spencer Brown finding themselves on the list? Because we know
those are much more pressing than Bosa. Yeah, because Bosa's not even on a list.
That's right. Because we know those two are on. So Knox the non-football injury list, and then Brown the PUP list. But I don't think we know why. Right? They showed up there on the transaction wire.
Yep.
I don't think anybody knows what the injuries are to either one of them. So that what I imagine would be where it gets started for McDermott today.
So about 7 minutes away from that, if you want to give us a ring, we'll get a call in, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. James Cook to the locker room at Fisher. That just means I think he left his dorm room and is going to get his pads on.
He didn't go. He wasn't on the field when he went to the locker room. Because when you say to the locker room,
that's
I think that usually implies a player got injured.
Yeah.
He did not.
So he is on his way to presumably put a uniform on.
He's holding cleats, it looks like. No, those aren't cleats.
All right.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, he's wearing cleats.
Let's go to Gene Sterator. Gene, do these shoes have long enough spikes to be considered cleats? No.
Turf shoes.
What
maybe.
is Gene Steratore doing today? Is he at a camp?
He's roughing something.
Are they practicing reviews right now? Is he off with Drew Brees, who I think is getting back in the booth?
I imagine Gene Steratore just wanders around the park looking for pickup sports games to officiate.
Right.
That's what he does in his off time.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, No, he's got a good gig, right? Like John Perry works for the Bills now, right? Former NFL official. He's got a gig with the Bills. I was gonna say, like Gene Steratore, if you really wanted to, he could probably work for a team as like an officiating consultant or something. But I'm sure he has a pretty solid gig. He's on CBS all the time. I'm sure he's getting paid.
Camp memories. We're burning a couple minutes here before Sean McDermott begins. You know what I just realized was last year's camp memory for me, or one of them, among the others. Last year is when I came to find out that a large section of society did not know people put mustard on turkey subs.
Right.
We got subs, and I got mustard, and so who does that? There's a subset of society that did not know people put mustard on subs. I learned that last year.
Right, which blew my mind.
9-2.
Blew my mind. Where did we end up on that? Then most people though.
It wasn't even that people.
It's that it's not offered, right? Like there are a lot of sub shops that don't even offer it.
Most around here do. There were people that legitimately had never considered it as a possibility.
No, not at all. Whereas for me, it's like that would be the go-to, or like the standard.
Yeah,
like mustard.
That's
going
mayo,
on.
It's mayo and mustard. That's mayo, mustard, oil. That's consistently. That's how this works.
Right.
Anyway, so that was last year.
If you are wondering about who's going to be on the field first, I don't know if he's out there, but I've got video. It must have just been happening behind us. Backup center Jacob Bayer is signing autographs, like in the line in front of the tunnel.
Shoot your shot.
I don't know if I see him right behind me though. So maybe Jacob Bayer might be the first guy out there right now. I don't know if he actually went out on the field though.
An update on Terry McLaurin. While we learned that Trey Hendrickson drove to Florida, Terry McLaurin went to yoga this morning in Virginia. So he did not drive 12 hours or leave town. He just went to a yoga class.
He's nearby.
Yeah.
That one is more confusing to me than Hendrickson by a lot. Hendrickson makes sense. It's the Bengals being the Bengals, right?
Yes.
Like this is what they do.
Yes.
They get into stuff like this. Terry McLaurin is on a team with a new owner that's fun and exciting and trying to, successful, trying to put money into the team. And he's on a team with a brilliant young quarterback. He was by far the best weapon for that young quarterback last year. They don't really have a ton behind him. I guess they have Debo, but he's aged. What gives? Like, what is the reason that's not done? Because it feels like that one felt like that should have been easy.
Especially you've got your quarterback on the rookie deal. Like, that's the time to do it.
Right.
It is easy.
And, okay, he's not there. We talked about this last week. Like, he's 30. That could be the reason.
Right.
But it's very strange to me that contract is not done. But maybe him being in Virginia is, a little bit more – he'd have a little bit more confidence maybe than Hendrickson.
Yeah.
That a deal's going to get done.
Sun is shining. Not a cloud in the sky. Perfect, like ideal conditions here at Fisher. It's going to get warm this week. There's no doubt about that. It's going to get hot.
Yeah, tomorrow
is the big one.
Maybe they even move practice up a little bit. I don't know if they can do that because of tickets and stuff.
The high today is 87, but that's well after practice. Like today's practice will be over. It'll be 80 degrees. And tomorrow, by the time they finish out practice tomorrow, we're looking at 87, 86. So I don't know how much earlier you can go. The heat. Here you go. The heat index. It doesn't actually creep up into the 90s until after practice. So my guess is they'll stay on schedule. And then there's Friday, which also stays below maybe thunderstorm. So it's going to be hot. I'm sure they'll manage it, but the morning practice is going to help that situation. So we'll of course keep an eye on it. Rochester warmer than Buffalo this week, but Buffalo's going to get hot. Like heat index tomorrow 4 o'clock. I saw in the 90s, and yeah.
We got one question a little bit earlier. So if the Bills are introducing red helmets, what does that leave Josh Allen to be able to wear at the return of the blue and red in a week or two?
Buffalo plaid. He's got a Buffalo plaid helmet.
He's not wearing Buffalo plaid.
You know what he should come out in? A red helmet that has 2 beer cans on it with the straws. Beer helmet. No beer helmet? Okay, how about...
Zubaz helmet hasn't been tried yet. Has he worn a helmet with his new... Well, I shouldn't say new. He drew the logo when he was a rookie. But the drawing...
The potato.
That he's now selling at New Era?
That is 100% the helmet he should wear. Yes.
That helmet with the potato Bills.
Potato Buffalo.
Doodle logo on it. Yeah. That's an option. Every other color they've really... It would be a cool way to introduce the Rivalry Series helmet.
It certainly would.
If he comes out in a chrome helmet, that'd be awesome.
I know I'm getting my hopes up too high for this Rivalry Series uniform.
I am too, a little bit.
I'm probably going too high.
We haven't had... When's the last time we had a brand new Bills uniform introduced? Like something that they had never worn before, or nothing even close to.
We haven't had a brand new thing since the Sabres came out with the 2-sided Steve Ott jersey. You know?
Yeah. No. The 50th anniversary jersey.
All right, but it's
a gold logo.
Sure.
You're right. Like totally different.
Yeah, this is totally different.
You had the slug, but for the Bills, it's 2000, isn't it? It's the drought uniforms.
It's Bledsoe. It's going to the stadium to see them reveal that. Yeah.
Like that's the last time they've done something that was just brand new. Actually, sorry. They did introduce a red uniform along the way.
Yeah, that's right.
The red
color rush,
which I don't believe they're wearing this year.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's any games left over.
The one thing about the Bills rivalry uniform, whenever it comes out, is it's one of 8 uniforms that come out when that happens. So we get 8 different. I mean, it's going to be like a moment in the NBA where there's a city jersey or the baseball City Connect. 8 teams rolling out fully new sets. I think it's good for the NFL. Clearly, they're loosening up. They've loosened up over the last couple of years. Waiting on Sean McDermott, eager for the updates on Spencer Brown, who's on PUP. That doesn't have to be a big deal. Maybe just waited to take his physical. Dawson Knox on the non-football injured list. That we don't know how big a deal to make of that. So potentially some answers coming our way from the Bills head coach once we get started. And again, at noon today, we'll have Brandon Beane. We'll carry that live for you. And no Sabres live today, so Brandon Beane, and then right into One Bills Live, which will broadcast. They're starting to get ready here. They broadcast from about 14 yards away from where we do, right here inside this pavilion. Chris Godwin had another minor ankle procedure this spring.
Yeah.
The fantasy community is freaking out about that and really boosting Emeka Egbuka because of that.
Yep.
If Godwin, who had been banged up a couple years, he's awesome when he's healthy.
Gross injury last year. His ankle turned the wrong way. It was dislocated.
Yep.
The other thing is New England ends up being paid off on being told no. The Patriots in the offseason, their plan A was Godwin.
Yeah.
They tried hard. Remember, there was a story, they offered him, $20 million more total than Tampa was willing to offer him. And he said no. He didn't want to leave Tampa. He wanted to stay there for maybe the rest of his career. And then they end up going and pivoting to Diggs and paying him more than anybody else was willing to. And how has that gone? So far, Godwin has had maybe a setback here, and Diggs might be as ahead of schedule on an ACL injury as I've ever seen anybody.
So it's a quick turnaround. Some guys have.
He was injured in October.
Wasn't Godwin?
He's already ready.
Wasn't it Godwin who had a quick turnaround off an ACL too?
That's true, actually. Yeah, the first time.
Yeah,
Travis White had one at the same time.
Because when we were tracking Trey White, everybody seemed to go faster than Trey. Trey was here at camp. We wondered when we would see him. He's another guy out there to watch today. Here's Khalil Shakir out here, little warm-ups. All right, we've got our players doing the resistance bands.
Yep.
I believe, Joe, these are sometimes referred to as monster walks, although not all the way down on the crouch. You ever do monster walks?
No.
Monster walks, you put a resistance band around your knees and then squat down low and walk slowly like you're like a dinosaur, kind of like a monster.
Okay.
Good strengthening, all that good stuff. So I see Shakir out here. I'm going to stand up.
Is there anything we're watching guys walk out? Can we tell if Kincaid is bigger by him just walking down behind us?
Good question.
Onto the field?
I'm going to go with no.
No.
No. Hopefully no. If you see him too big, you're going to get worried. You're going to want him, and that's one of the things that he spoke about with Tyler Dunn, that they want him to increase his play strength, but in doing so, not lose the fluidity, the things that he can actually use in the passing game.
Right. So they don't want him coming out here looking like The Rock.
Right.
He's got to be able to move his biceps a little bit.
We have a request in the chat to flip the camera around. I don't think I think that is expressly prohibited. Like, hey.
What do you mean?
Anybody warming up live streams.
I don't believe we are allowed to do that.
We're not going to, I don't want to get busted.
We're not allowed to for practice especially.
And I just err on the side of You're not missing much. You're seeing,
Zach Davidson's now out here doing warm-ups too. He's stretching. You're missing Zach Davidson stretching.
It's players walking around.
Yeah, pretty.
Really.
That is like 70% of it.
It's slowly. All right,
players walking around.
We've got some Guardian helmets. I see players out to the field. There goes Daquan Hardy. All right, it's a who's who. Actually, you know what, Joe? If you turned your camera a little bit, we could watch people walk by, because they do walk. If you just move a little to your right,
just stretch my left arm out here a little bit.
Just saying, we could see.
Yep.
It's like the blue and the blue and red carpet. There should be a carpet out here. Look at the sun's coming in.
48
sunburst kind of situation on this.
Number 48 walking by. Go ahead. Tell me who's number 48.
Get your roster.
I gotta get these depth guys.
Ulofoshio.
Under.
It's Ulofoshio.
Eddie Ulofoshio.
I knew that. I didn't look at the back of his jersey. I just knew that. Ulofoshio.
You knew his number?
Of course.
Off the top of your head?
Everybody knows Eddie Ulofoshio. Sean McDermott.
He is number 48.
I read on the back of his jersey. Here comes a red jersey. There's Mitch Trubisky. All right. He's
getting ready for the quarterback.
He's in a competition, right? He's in a competition.
Do we care about that one? Do we care who wins the backup quarterback job?
I think it's totally fine for it to just be whoever Josh needs in the room. That's.
Yep.
It's not like you're a team that's trying to win a wild card spot and you need somebody accomplished, blah, 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 in case the starter goes down. Who does Josh need? Who makes Josh the best version of himself? So, yeah, that's what I would do. I'd land on that.
Well, they gave Mike White guaranteed money, implying that he would be on the team. They did that. Didn't they do that at the very end of last season also? It was a very oddly timed contract, if I remember right, with the Bills. They signed him on, let's see here, January 3rd. Season wasn't over. Regular season wasn't over.
Mike White?
They signed Mike White on January 3rd. So it kind of implies a little bit that maybe they planned on him being on the roster this season.
Yeah.
They gave him guaranteed money. A little, very small amount, but still.
Here's Khalil Shakir signing some autographs. I've moved my camera, so maybe we can see people walking by. I also will tell you, you see a trash can behind Joe and I here in our setup. And I did say to Joe, should we put a Chiefs logo on that?
No, that's not what you said.
It was what I audibled to.
You audibled to that.
What did I say first?
You said we should put Mahomes on it.
Well, I'm what do you want from me?
You said we should put Patrick Mahomes' face on that garbage can.
I was looking more at the full body, with the 15 on it.
Do you remember what the Chiefs? Didn't the Chiefs claim they won a Super Bowl because the Raiders put his face on Kermit the Frog?
Yeah.
They claimed that. I don't need to play. I don't want to play in the bulletin board material waters. I'm done.
I do want to play in the bulletin board material waters because that's all nonsense.
It is all nonsense, but they treat it like it's not nonsense. It would never make it back to Patrick Mahomes.
I'm moving my camera around trying to beat the sun glare, but I can't. I know the people want Joe. The people want to see me.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
It does make you look
heavenly,
holy right now. Yeah,
yes.
Heavenly.
This is me ascending as the Bills win the Super Bowl. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It is real that an NFL team claimed that a Kermit hung in effigy motivated them.
And
that's a real thing that happened.
Yeah, no one believed in us because of that. Travis Kelce got on a podium 2 years ago and said no one believed in us. It's one of the most offensive things I've ever heard.
Sean McDermott's opening press conference.
It's modern technology, man. It's awesome. I love it. Renaissance man. Welcome back. Good to be here this morning. Welcome to training camp, 2025 version. Hope everyone had a great summer. Your families are doing well. It's good to be back. Good to be back here in Rochester and in Pittsford in particular, where our fan base is as fanatical as anywhere. And certainly appreciate the staff here. They're making immense accommodations for us. It's one of the best places, I believe, the best place in the NFL for training camp. I really believe that. It's a great place to come to visit, to get the work in that we need to get in. The staff is very welcoming. Can't thank them enough, led by President Rooney. The Bills staff as well for helping us get moved here on time and ready to go this morning for practice. Look forward to seeing our fans out here. They travel from all over, and they make the environment that it is, and it's special. So we wouldn't have it any other way. Got a couple of quick heads ups for you in terms of injuries as we head into this morning's practice. These four will not practice. Dawson Knox with a hamstring. Sid Van Pran has a calf. Spencer Brown with his back, and then Laviska Shenault with a lower leg strain. So I'm not going to get into timetables. Don't really know too much in that area right now. We'll find out a little bit more as we go one day at a time with those four.
John, Spencer wasn't working back in the mini camp either, so is the back injury something that's been lingering for a little while here?
Well, he had some back injuries in his history to this point. I think really it's just a little bit of a flare-up right now, and we got to get it calmed down. That's the information I'm getting, and you know how backs are. I mean, we've all, most of us have had back issues in our lives, and they can be pretty sensitive at times. So just getting it in the right spot so we can get calmed down and he can push forward here.
What's your reaction to James Cook being here? Do you expect him to participate?
I do. Yep. I couldn't be more pleased with James and him being here on time and ready to go. I had a chance to meet him, greet him yesterday, and shake his hand, look him in the eye, and he's ready to go.
Joey Bosa is not on that list. Is that obviously that's a good sign? Where do you see him, and how anxious are you to kind of fully get him going?
Well, we had a number of guys that spent quite a bit of time following the OTA and minicamp period in the spring, getting themselves healthy, right? Spending extra time in Buffalo, staying there until they felt healthy enough to leave and then go train on their own, Joey being one of them. So, again, couldn't be more happy with the work that he's put in to come back healthy and ready to go. And we'll have a rep plan for him and a way to manage things to the best of our ability to try and keep him as healthy as possible, and we look forward to watching him out there this morning at practice.
Sean, how do you handle we can see it here already with NFL films here, the Hard Knocks shirts and stuff like that. Now that it's here, how do you handle the extra scrutiny and the chance to expose some blessings and perhaps some warts, over these next 3 weeks?
Like my bald head, you mean? I think people know that already, John. No, it's what happens when you've had success. People want to kind of see what's behind the curtain a little bit. The important thing for us is that we can, while we're here, and you know this, you've been with us, is build that connection and build that trust that is so important to building the chemistry that we need. And we have about 2.5 weeks here, and then another 3.5 weeks, at home in that period of training camp. And it's critical that we build a strong foundation. We have nothing to hide. We are who we are. I think the cool part about this is, people see us on Sunday. They see us on game day. Now they get a chance to see that what we do on Sunday is exactly what we do Monday through Saturday. And I think that's the cool piece about it. The increased noise, if you will, is maybe in some ways good practice for us to really hone in and focus and get our focus where it needs to be.
Hey, Sean, you have Hoyt and Lario with the suspensions. How do you think you'll manage them?
Noise, if you will, is maybe in some ways good practice for us to really hone in and focus and get our focus where it needs to be.
Hey, Sean, you have Hoyt and Lario with the suspensions. How do you think you'll manage them? knowing you got to keep them ready, but also get ready for week one?
Yeah, something we'll have to manage. To your point, it's going to be, a day-to-day type of deal. Managing that, because there's probably going to be some bumps and bruises that come up along the way. In particular, at that position, it's one of the, interior line positions, and so we're just going to have to stay on top of it. If healthy enough, we'll be able to execute the plan that we have at the right time. If we're not healthy enough at the position, we'll have to adjust. So, I think the key here is we're going to be challenged depth-wise early in the season because of that at this point alone, and we got to get our young guys ready to go, and we got to get them settled in as quickly as possible here.
Sean, you've had messages to the team, like in some years, playoff caliber or whatever it is. Do you have an overreaching or overriding message to them? Like if you talked to them last night for what this camp is like, you've had all the success. It's been as close as you've been. Do you have that message?
We do. I won't go into detail really on it, Mike. I think the biggest thing is that we're here to work, and we got to take it one day at a time. Our culture model is our culture model. The phrases, the messaging we use. I'm not a big believer in a ton of them because they become empty slogans. I'm not into that. I'm into consistency and things that we fully believe in and can execute on a consistent basis. Because if you do that. It allows the players to know what's expected and kind of gives them their direction. And with that, with great clarity comes the ability to go let it rip on the field. And I think that's a big piece of, to your point, of establishing that here, because, let's say a third roughly every year this year, probably maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, is our new players that are new to the Buffalo Bills and how we do things.
Sean, what do you want to see from Max Kirsten at training camp? I know he got banged up a little bit at camp, but what do you want to see specifically from him?
Well, starting this morning, all of us, all of our players, coaches included, that we come out, we're not going to dip our toe in, we're ready to go and compete at a high level. And so, with the injury that he suffered, he lost some time on the field, some reps, valuable reps, and he was another one that stayed around Buffalo for the majority of the time and got himself ready to go for this morning. So we'll be smart with him as he gets started here because of the hamstring. But the biggest thing is that he gets going and gets settled into the defensive system and plays fast. There's going to be some mistakes. These are young players, and that's an important piece of it. You can't be going out there afraid to make a mistake. You got to go for it, and we'll make the corrections, in the meeting after.
Another guy not on the pup list is Cole Bishop. He did miss some time in the spring. What have you seen from him, health-wise and football-wise?
Same. I guess I'm going to press play again on this. It's he stayed in Buffalo for the majority of the time, got himself healthy, and looks ready to go. He knows the challenge that's in front of him. He's expected to step in and do a great job for us. And Cole's a great young man, very conscientious, works extremely hard. I think now it's about getting on the field and getting reps and learning through those reps.
You mentioned that your depth on the D-line will be challenged early in the season. How does that impact how you handle those rookies in terms of their reps and the situations you put them into camp?
Well, it's important. I mentioned to him last night, it's, we're here to work. We're here to keep the main thing. That was said to the whole team, in particular the rookies. Listen, there's nerves. These are pro football players. But I can tell you there's nerves. There's some anxiousness in that meeting this morning. And then when they take that field, the biggest thing they got to know is they have what it takes. If you don't believe that, it's never going to work. And so that belief in oneself, that knowing that you have what it takes is the start, and you got to be consistent with it. And so we as coaches have to help in that regard. And yes, bringing them on, onboarding them the right way. It's not going to be easy. It's a combination of love and truth. But the sooner they get comfortable, the sooner we see them become the best versions of themselves, and the sooner they add to our football team.
Deion Walker limited role?
I'm sorry?
Deion Walker, is he limited role?
You asked me about Deion. Deion is not limited. He is off the rep management that he was on in the spring. He feels great. The back is the back. From what I'm told, it's when you hit in particular, it's going to take some impact there. So we'll see how he and we can manage that as we move forward through those days.
Sean, you obviously had a very successful offense last year. You added a couple of veteran receivers and Palmer and more. Can you talk about the skill sets and the things, the dimensions you think they might add to your offense this year?
Well, you mentioned Palmer and Elijah. I mean, those are two good players, quality players that have been around the league a little bit, and it's funny. Sometimes guys catch fire when they come here, and I'm looking forward to watching those two play real football now, not what was happening in the spring. They're two quality young men, and I think they're going to be really good players for us, really good for our culture. They each bring a little bit of a different personality to the team, to the table, in the mix, and that's good for us as well.
Take two more, please. Hey, Sean, a little off how Mark Levy turned 100 there in the next couple weeks. He said that you don't need his advice.
I'll take any advice he wants to give.
How much have you appreciated his counsel through the years?
It's been huge. I mean, he's a legend in the NFL overall, number one, but in particular in Buffalo. And he has sat in the chair that I currently sit in, and I respect that a great deal. And it's real easy for a coach that has done and accomplished what he has to not want somebody else to challenge that, right, and to not help them. But he's been more than helpful, more than welcoming to me and my family. It's been great to get around him and his family, and it's one of the great, to me, honors of coaching for the Buffalo Bills is to follow a coach like Mark Levy. Very good.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Couple of news items there on the injuries that Dawson Knox and Cedric Van Pran Granger and Spencer Brown and one more was going to miss practice today. I thought I missed the fourth one. But for Spencer Brown back.
It's not Deion Walker.
No.
Deion Walker is not on a rep plan anymore.
Okay.
McDermott said that.
I thought that was Deion Dawkins he was talking about there. Deion Dawkins with the back. That was
Deion, I think Walker.
Okay.
Because
Laviska Chenault's the one that's not practicing. Thank you. Trying to keep all these notes together.
Yep.
And transcribe as we go. So no Chenault. He's got a leg injury. And with Spencer Brown, they got to get the back calmed down.
Yep.
Okay. Got to get the back calmed down. So that's something to watch. And with Dawson Knox, I think he said hamstring for him.
Yes. Or was it calf? No, I think you've got it.
Okay. All right. We'll get all that.
Yeah, Dawson Knox hamstring. Brown back, Van Pran Granger calf, and then Chenault lower leg strain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
James Cook's here and ready to go.
James Cook.
And going to practice.
Yes.
Or at least Sean said that's the expectation.
If you're watching us on the YouTube feed, I am on the sun.
Yeah.
You are.
I'm running from the sun.
Yeah. All right, we're going to break it because
You've accepted to face the sun face on.
The reason I did
He turned around on the table.
I did that so I could see my computer screen. Because if the sun's, I couldn't see anything. I'm trying to do what I can here. So, all right. Yeah. What? Break. Thank you. Sorry.
Break.
Head spinning here. Break time, and we'll be headed out to the first practice. Saw Joe Brady go through. Saw Alec Anderson go through. Has QB1 gone through? I don't feel like I've heard.
I saw a video of him walking through,
okay, we got
but
a break.
I thought for sure that I would have heard him. I would have heard the roar.
I didn't think I heard the pop. There's Elijah Moore. All right, break time.
Yeah.
Back in a moment here from Fisher. So, Mike, all right, what are we looking for at this camp here today? Today, the week's going forward, we were talking about position battles, and there aren't that many. I feel like it comes down to, for position battles, two young players, Max Hairston and Cole Bishop.
Yeah.
Those are the primary two?
Yes, because both of those guys, I think, need to be starters. Need to be. I asked Bobby Babich during the offseason about his expectations for Bishop, and he pushed away from it. He said, they have higher expectations than we do for them. I agree with all that in coach speak, but you drafted this guy, talented player, to play. And last year, was limited. And when he was out there, he got hurt. And when he wasn't on the field, I think they're set up to have him be the starter. They've got DeMar there waiting because DeMar they trust. And it's a big thing with them, especially at safety. I think he's got to start, and I think they absolutely want the number one pick to be that guy and ready to start. And I think they're going to have to go out and prove that here at camp. Earn it, but prove it. And we've seen it happen before. Look on the other side at corner. Talk about proving it. Not only was it a rookie starting, it was a rookie getting the first reps ahead of the number one pick. So meritocracy does work, but they're going to have to earn it in order to play, and I think that's key.
We got red helmets yesterday. We got news on the Bills. Red helmets in the final game of the season against the Jets. I appreciated anybody that's a real true complainer / hater, but in a funny way. I did think it was funny to see people saying, oh, no, Josh will only get one snap in that helmet because they'll play the Jets in Week 18 and they'll have the 1 seed locked up. That's a good problem to have. But I think the red helmet does a lot for nostalgia, does a lot for the fans of that era. One thing about the red helmet that I guess I had forgotten, I never really pictured in my head. I was listening when Sal talked to Eric Wood, like, oh, Eric Wood wore the red helmet. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sure.
He did. And the World League uniforms the Bills were wearing in the Bledsoe era, and Marshawn Lynch and Willis McGahee, and so many of these guys wore red helmets. And I feel like the red helmet, how much of the push for the red helmet is a push for the 90s red helmet and not just the helmet itself? Because it definitely coincided with a very forgettable era that we like to remember of Bills football.
Yeah, no, it's the meat of the drought, right? Well, I guess, there's a 7-year period after, a 6-year period after that that's a good chunk too. But they're bad. They're bad a ton when they're wearing that helmet with the Navy uniforms. And remember, that would have been the red helmet with the Navy stripe down the middle. And that helmet yesterday, that if you saw the pictures of Josh wearing it or Deion Dawkins wearing it, and you get that bright royalish blue down the middle, it definitely pops more.
Okay. No Dawson Knox, Cedric Van Pran Granger, Spencer Brown, or Laviska Shenault today. We know that. Sean McDermott praised Joey Bosa and his work to get healthy for this practice, which he is. Cole Bishop and Max Hairston stayed in Buffalo as well. Hairston picked up a ding during OTAs, and Deion Walker a full go moving forward. No rep management. So it's funny, like what we do with injuries. Injuries are often excuses or reasons. It's something Mike Catalana talked with us here. Like, is it an excuse or is it a reason? It can be a little bit of both. Walker, he's the 4th-round pick who is supposed to have dropped because of a back issue.
Yeah.
Well, full go, no rep management. So I feel like back things can always pop back up. We're seeing that maybe with Spencer Brown, who's a back flare-up. They have to get calmed down, so no Spencer Brown for that. So, Deion Walker at least comes in healthy.
Which is good. He's probably going to have to play right away.
Maybe.
Larry Ogunjobi out.
Yeah, he'll get a look.
Him, Dwayne Carter, they'll probably compete for reps. Dwayne Carter, who came in a Bills truck yesterday, by the way.
Yep. The James Cook story, of course, we're watching the James Cook story, which is not really a story. We talked about it yesterday, Joe. Tom Pelissero and then Ian Rappaport both suggesting that this is something to monitor. And I don't know that it's anything more than just, hey, keep an eye out. Like, it could happen that Cook doesn't participate and holds in. But it doesn't seem to me that there's an expectation of that, only just, tomorrow we'll find out if it's a thing.
Right.
I don't think it'll be a thing. I think he'll probably practice once he get the first snap of running back work, and then, all right,
sure.
that's immediately put to bed, unless we're going to monitor usage.
I think we would know even before that. If he's holding in, he's not in pads, right? He's not wearing a helmet.
Okay, I mean they're not even going to be full pads, right?
They wouldn't be.
There'd be a designation
anyway.
of some sort.
Yeah, forgot about that. There's a time in camp where they put the shoulder pads on, and we don't actually start with that. I would imagine that you'll know right away if there's any sort of hold in, because I'm just thinking about. I'm thinking about Chase last year and maybe other players around the league that have done this, and I don't think they usually dress for it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're carrying the helmet around. Remember Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago when he was trying to get traded out of Houston? He was practicing, but was practicing like it's safety. So it depends maybe what the team wants to do with you or what the player wants to do also. But I would bet we'll know even before they're taking team reps. Like, if he's holding in, he's not doing anything. He's not dressing up. He's just going to stand on the sidelines.
And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I would be surprised right now.
I guess the way we get there is he said at minicamp, I like my money. I don't want to get fined. So really,
if he's holding in, that is how he doesn't get fined.
Right. He would be here and just, I don't know that your fines are the same. Could the team still, I don't know, issue something, but it's not as serious as not attending? Because hold-ins are, they're a little bit of a workaround. All right. Tre'Davious White. I think it's a good point here. Jenna Cottrell of Buffalo Plus and WHM saying Trey White's about to be a star of Hard Knocks. That is totally an angle to hit.
Yep.
A guy that's been a star in the league, back with Buffalo. He's got personality. Absolutely, Trey White is a short list of who will be featured on it.
Yep. Who else? Ray Davis, I would expect a feature on with his involvement in Big Brothers, Big Sister. They really don't always feature the star, right? Like, not to say they won't pay any attention to Josh in this, but they like to tell the stories of the guys that not everybody knows about. Pete Gwelly, Bill's COO, said on WBEN this morning that they're only at the old Highmark Stadium just the games between now and the end. So if you were, maybe you were thinking there might be a farewell event or something, that will just be the Bills games.
Very good.
There won't be a farewell concert or anything.
We're going to go out onto the field. We're going to watch practice. We're going to come back with hot takes tomorrow because it's hot.
It's very bright.
It is very bright.
Probably going to walk to my car and get some sunglasses.
I walked out of the house looking for my sunglasses. The clock was ticking. I do not have them today. Rough one.
This guy didn't bring a jacket for the morning and didn't bring the sunglasses for the afternoon.
What can I say? I'm low maintenance, baby. I just show up.
You'll be able to see.
You're right.
Well, you will. You just have to stand on the one side of the field.
That's right. You know what? I'll ask the trainers for some eye black.
I think that only works to so much, though.
I don't know.
Right?
Well, I'm just going to do it.
You ever worn eye black?
Probably. Yeah.
I think I wore it in high school football, but in a game where it wasn't even sunny, so everyone was probably just doing it for the look of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to be the first ever media member rocking eye black on the sidelines.
Do players wear eye black still?
Some do.
Who wears eye black? Ray Lewis wore eye black. Since him. Who still is out there wearing eye black in the NFL?
That's good. Russell Wilson? Why is he popping in my head as a guy that still wears eye black?
I don't know if he still does. By the way, he was just named the starting quarterback by Brian Dable.
He was.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. What else? Brandon Bean noon today. Tune in for that. And we're back here tomorrow.
I didn't realize, by the way, if you were listening to that Sean McDermott press conference, he got the last question he got about Marv Levy, and I hadn't realized that Marv is turning 100 in 2 weeks.
100?
Or a week and a half. Yeah, Marv Levy's 100th birthday is coming up August 3rd.
I would have guessed. I thought I was going to guess 95. All right, here we are. We're at 100. Wow.
It's still going. So he's out there doing his cameos, I still see. He's up and moving around.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody who joined in on the if you're on YouTube watching, hit subscribe. Jump in, subscribe, and we're here a bunch throughout training camp and, of course, throughout the season. But we'll bring you the very latest, expecting to talk to coaches as we go and more guests as we continue. I'll line up some guests today. That's what today is, walking the field, watching practice, lining up our guests for the rest of the week. So happy to have you. Good times. Back here tomorrow for Bills training camp. It'll be day 2. We're going to go watch day 1. And stay tuned. Sal Capaccio is going to update you throughout the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Zach and Derek as well. This has been day 1 of training camp coverage from St. John Fisher on WGR.